time? Okay, Mr. Gilbert's going to make a statement.
Approval of flexible agenda.
Okay. I'd like to call for the approval of a flexible agenda. Thank
Sorry,
you.
I make a motion for a flexible agenda.
Thank you, Trustee Kangas.
She's second.
Thank you, Trustee Dickerson. Okay, let's take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous.
Aye.
Thank you.
Public comment will be at the end after we address the first agenda item. So you'll all be able to speak at this once we introduce the agenda item, but there's not going to be public comment before. So before we get started, I'd like to turn our attention to Mr. Tom Becko, counsel for Mr. Lewis, joining us here today on Mr. Lewis's behalf. Mr. Becko, if you would please provide us with a brief introduction and some context of why we are here today, please.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert. Is this working? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is not right.
As you've heard again, my name is Thomas Becko. I'm an attorney from Reno representing Superintendent Keith Lewis, who asked me to appear here today on his behalf as he had a previous commitment to appear at a function with his daughter at Boise State University. So I have come here today to offer some of my thoughts and a lot of his thoughts with regard to this matter, as I think there's a lot of questions swirling around as to, what brings us to this meeting today. I wanted to take a minute and to describe to you a little bit of the history that does in fact bring us here to this meeting. The process began quite simply with an inquiry made to Mr. Lewis by the district's general counsel, Joey Gilbert, following a rather contentious district meeting. And Mr. Gilbert asked Superintendent Lewis whether he felt he could effectively manage this district in light of the highly fractured board.
They can't hear you, Tom. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt, but
No problem.
that in the back, they're having trouble hearing you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
You have to ask them back there.
Can you all hear me? Okay, I don't know if I can turn this up any louder.
I don't know either.
beyond
I don't
my
have that
control.
answer. Maybe to your mouth more.
All right, I will try bringing it closer, see if that helps. Okay, when asked whether he felt that he could effectively manage the district in light of the fractured board, Mr. Lewis's candid response was that he honestly felt that he couldn't, that it was going to be so difficult. At that point in time, Mr. Gilbert invited him to begin the process to explore the best means by which to try to get the district back on course. At that point, Mr. Lewis retained my services and I began to communicate with Mr. Gilbert. I reviewed the history of the contracts between the district and Superintendent Lewis, and primarily his employment, the current employment agreement. And that agreement clearly granted to the district a completely unrestricted right to terminate that agreement at the district's will without proof of any type of just cause. Their only requirement was they had to give Mr. Lewis 90 days notice of their decision to exercise that right. If it chose to exercise that right, the contract provided that the district was obligated to make certain severance payments to Mr. Lewis. Those payments including payments of his salary and benefits for a 12-month period after the expiration of the 90-day notice period. Alternatively, that contract employment agreement also permitted the district to terminate Mr. Lewis's contract by payment of certain accrued benefits, but without continued payments of his salary and benefits if the district could prove that the termination was supported by just cause, which was defined both by the contract and by Nevada law. When Mr. Lewis was questioned as to whether he would oppose efforts of the district to terminate the contract without cause, his response was no. And his response was no, because this is precisely what his contract allowed the district to do. However, if the district intended to seek his termination based upon just cause, his intent was to vigorously challenge that effort to the full extent of the law. In the event that the district failed to prove just cause to support its termination, Mr. Lewis would then have been entitled to damages equal to that which was provided in the contract, as well as other damages that I contend he would have been entitled to recover. Plus, he would have been entitled to recover an award of all of my costs and fees in prosecuting and defending that challenge. When discussing this matter with Mr. Gilbert and all these available options, one of the things that Mr. Gilbert and I fully agreed upon, that was regardless of who was going to be the victor in any just cause challenge, both sides were going to incur attorney's fees and costs that would far exceed the amount that the district would be obligated to pay Mr. Lewis if it simply chose to exercise its right to terminate the contract without cause. I think we all agreed that based upon these undeniable facts, future litigation was an unattractive option to either party, and our goal was to try to find a solution that would eliminate that possibility. Superintendent, as I alluded to before, Superintendent Lewis's employment agreement contemplated payment of his salary and retirement benefits in several different fashions. Either it could be paid in a lump sum, it could be paid over time, or it could be paid partially by an immediate payment into PERS, the Public Employees Retirement System. Because Mr. Lewis has such an affinity for the Douglas County School District, its staff, its people, and its students, Mr. Lewis indicated that if the district was desirous of moving in a different direction with its superintendent, he would do his best to assist them in that transition. First and foremost, he agreed to waive the 90-day notice period so that the district could then avoid what was perceived to be more dysfunction during a 3-month period while it was waiting to have the right to exercise that period. His willingness to waive that 90-day notice period would result in a savings to the district of over $60,000. Second, if the district was willing to make the lump sum payment to PERS, which was something that the contract actually contemplated, Mr. Lewis was willing to waive any accrued PERS obligation of the district that would accrue after June 30th of 2024, which would have been the day that his PERS benefits would maximize. That allowed the district to stop paying to him the PERS benefits as of June 30th, rather than at the end of the 12-month plus 90-day contractual period. That would result in another savings to the district of more than $15,000. Mr. Lewis's motivation in making these concessions was again based upon his true affinity for everyone associated with this district, especially the officers, teachers, employees. He truly felt that if the district was desirous in moving in a different direction, he didn't want to be an impediment. He wanted to do what was perceived as being in the best interest of that district, which I submit to you was something that he did during the entire period in which he was superintendent. I don't watch much social media, but I hear a lot of reports that suggest that Mr. Lewis's willingness to make these kind of concessions was the result of some perceived weakness that he felt in his defense to a challenge that sought his termination based upon cause. This is completely inaccurate. Since he assumed the position of superintendent, he has received the unanimous support of the board, including a finding last November by 4 members of this current board that he was highly effective in his role as superintendent. Mr. Lewis remains certain Mr. Lewis remains certain that if the district sought to terminate his contract for cause, he would summarily defeat that claim, after which time he would be awarded damages that would far exceed the contractual buyout that is currently being proposed to this board. And that would not include the payment of Mr. Lewis's incurred fees. When discussing this issue with Mr. Gilbert, I disclosed to him a recent case in which I represented a person similarly situated to Mr. Lewis against a public body, in which we prevailed in the case. And I felt that that case was far more difficult than this. And in that case, my incurred fees were well over $500,000. That would have been an exposure that this district would have faced if it chose a different path. Mr. Lewis and I believe Mr. Gilbert, fully recognize the unmistakable fact that protracted future litigation will be very detrimental to everybody involved, including every person associated with this district, and it was felt that that should be avoided at all cost. The proposal before this board, in Mr. Lewis's eyes, is just, amicable, inexpensive, and expeditious as a means by which to put this matter behind the parties so that they can move forward as best possible to serve the needs of the district. Again, it is a resolution that is entirely provided for in his employment agreement, and he does not oppose the board's action for the reasons that I've stated. That is all that I have to say about this, except I've heard a lot of comments since I've been here today suggesting that the timing of this meeting was somehow intended to deny people an opportunity to be heard or to control the outcome of this meeting. And I can tell you one thing for certain is that I requested of Mr. Gilbert the opportunity to move this meeting as early today as possible to accommodate other commitments that I had late this evening. And Mr. Gilbert indicated to me that he would do his best to do that. So to the extent that someone thinks that this is a setting that had other reasons, I can tell you point blank that I made that request of Mr. Gilbert, and he assured me he would do his best to make it convenient for me. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The first item on the agenda is the mutual termination of superintendent without cause for discussion and possible action. The board will consider whether to approve a proposed mutual agreement with the superintendent pursuant which the district will exercise its contractual right to terminate without cause the employment agreement of the superintendent and to authorize payments in accordance therewith. So discussion from the board. Mr. Kangas?
Hi, yeah, I'd like to make a statement. I'd first like to acknowledge the more than 120 correspondence emails I received from our community in complete support of Superintendent Lewis. They're concerned for the future of our district and the amount of money is being spent on legal counsel. I'd also like to say that I'm a 28-year resident of Douglas County. I'm a Republican. I'm a Christian conservative who loves our country and our community. My children went through the school district. My grandchildren have already started their education in the school district. This could be, in my opinion, the single worst thing that has ever happened to Douglas County School District. And I mean that. Superintendent Lewis is the heart and soul of this school district. His knowledge, his leadership, the admiration of his employees speaks for itself. He's a great man of unwavering courage, loyalty, and integrity. As a board member, I've had a bird's eye view of the hostility, the anguish, the struggles Superintendent Lewis has endured for the last 9 months because of the actions of this board. The action today is not what I want. It's not what our community wants. It's not what the school district wants or needs. I truly believe deep down inside his heart This is not what Superintendent Lewis wants. The termination of Superintendent Lewis's contract without cause is a mutual agreement. It is my opinion that he was forced out slowly but surely for political control. Yeah, thank you. For political control of what is supposed to be a nonpartisan board and our school district. According to his legal counsel, Superintendent Lewis wants a yes vote on this item. According to our community, they would like a no vote. What's happening here today is an abomination. Mr. Gilbert and the trustees that hired him should be ashamed of themselves. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Gilkerson?
I'll wait to hear from the others first, if you don't mind.
Okay.
I'll go ahead. Um, Speaking for myself, I've met with Keith Lewis quite recently. Him and I spoke together in his office alone. And I did ask him, is there some way that we can bring down the temperature and do something? And I was taken back. I was picking up my grandchildren from school when I found out that he had resigned. So it is not the desire of my heart to see Douglas School District go down in flames in any way. And I guess what I would have to ask myself is, what is it that the new board has done that has, I mean, that, no, outside of, may I? Outside of asking for no critical race theory type things in the school, or protecting girls' sports. Outside of that, I don't see what has been done that is so detrimental to this school. And that is all I have to say. I wish. Can you please bring order to this room? I'd like to,
Help me. I'll
excuse
help.
me, I'd like to finish. Stop.
Oh,
I would
there's a
like to
word.
finish by wishing Keith the very best. Thank you.
Can you please lower the signs? Thank you. As we can, the ones in the back are fine, but ones that are blocking other people are not. Okay. Thank you.
I'm not going to sit here and attack Mr. Lewis. I refuse to do that. Listen, if you're going to disrupt, we're going to ask you to be removed. We have deputies that will remove you. Be here all night if you keep talking. I will not dispute Mr. Lewis's comments, whatever he has to say. I'm not going to attack him. I refuse to do that. I want him to go out with grace. He's chosen to not work with us, and that's okay. Where is the deputy? I've appreciated what Mr. Lewis. I think he's a fine man. He's intelligent. But there's the directions here that we have seen things that we want to see change for the betterment of the school. And saying that, I'm not going to say anything further in comments to him. I will not attack. This is a mutual agreement. Thank you.
I would like to wish Mr. Lewis well. I think he's a very nice man. I think he's an excellent father and an excellent person. And I like him. I wish him the very best of happiness going forward. Thank you.
I would like to congratulate everybody for being here because I know you care. To take off work and come here with the red shirts, I'm just beyond myself. I can't believe it. As far as Keith Lewis is concerned, he's the best administrator we've ever had. And I believe, this is just my opinion, he was forced out. And so this board and those people should be ashamed of themselves. Thank you.
Trustee Gilgerson.
Thank you. First of all, the state is watching us. They sent us those flowers. NASB sent those flowers. They were sent to my house because I could bring them, but they're for all the board. I just want you to realize that. Okay. And their little and the card said, like flowers, children bloom in the right conditions. Children won't bloom in an environment where fear and hate overrules logic and kindness. Board members throughout the state hope that you're able to refocus your energy on ensuring all of the children in your district have a long and bright future. All right, the other thing I'd like to say, and I don't want to get ugly or whatever, but I will, Catherine, you're right. And you know why though? Because Mr. Burns already told me to shut up. So anyway, excuse me. Ho, ho, ho. I think this is my turn. Anyways, also I want to clear something up for Mr. Tom. I can't remember. Becco, is that you right? Okay. Thank you. I want to clear something up. Originally, this meeting was set for 11 o'clock this morning, and it was going to be at the ATC, the airport. And because I've been reading a lot of NRSs lately, I happened to come across one that said if you're going to expect a large crowd, that you need to provide a place for these people. And that's in an NRS. So I sent back to Mr. Lewis and Karen. I said, hey, we know we're going to have a big crowd. We need to do this someplace else. And I was told that he reached out to Mr. Gilbert and said, what do you think? I don't know. Where can we have it? He asked, where can we have this? They checked the CVIC hall, wasn't available. The community center, they have lunch. So I sent back, I said, hey, how about we have it later in the day and have it someplace that's bigger, like this, or even what's next in the building over there, the cafeteria. It's not called that, but I can't think of the name of it. Anyways, and so that was the reason it was moved to 3 o'clock. No other reason whatsoever. It was so we could accommodate you. I realize it's not perfect for those that teach till 3:10, but it was kind of the best of both worlds. Also, I'm a little confused, and maybe I'm wrong, and I apologize if I'm wrong. But Ms. Jansen approved the flexible agenda. Anytime we have a motion for possible action, I always thought it was in the bylaws that we had to have public comment before we voted. Maybe that's not so, and if I'm wrong, I apologize. Nextly, because I think we did that wrong. Okay, the next thing, I'll start off with, in 2 years I was president, I never told anybody to shut up. In fact, I've never, as a board member,
Trustee
told anybody to
Gilchrist,
shut
we're
up.
discussing the agenda item.
And I'm talking about that next. I will start it right now. These past few days, I've reflected on the past 7 years. 7 years of serving our students, teachers, parents, and community. 7 years as a school board trustee, the last 2 as president. I'm here to tell you how proud and honored a time this has been. I've had the pleasure of serving with the most remarkable, smart, and caring humans, the best of the best. Mr. Keith Lewis being one of them. A true leader who is smart, honest, caring, and I could go on and on from there. But one of his best qualities is his approachability, his connection to his employees, parents, students, community. If you ever looked at social media, and I know many of you have, and I know many of you do, you will read story after story thanking him for the things he has done pertaining to school and kids, as well as the love the community has for him. I hear there's signs all up and down 395 and in people's cars. Boy, I don't know what even to say about that. We have all received, please correct me if I'm wrong, over 100 emails that speaks to this and how much our community loves him. And you know what? I received one that was against him. One. I don't know where the people are that are against Mr. Lewis, but except up here in the board. So why? So that is why it's so hard for me to understand how the 3 newly elected board members did not connect with him, could not, or more likely would not give him a chance. Could it be that he refused to follow directives outside what has been approved by the board as a whole? Could it be he refused to follow their agenda and break the law? By the way, this is why Gilbert was hired. During his interview, when I asked him if he would break the law, he did not say no. In fact, you can watch that video. Could it be he could see through their political agenda by cramming policies down all our throats, which implied that our teachers and staff needed additional oversight to avoid indoctrinating our students? How did that build the morale, teachers that are out here? How did that feel? I know Mr. Lewis knew this was coming, and yet he still stayed, trying to work with the board, who now have Mr. Engelkirk as their 4th follower, and therefore the majority to do whatever they want. So if you ask why Mr. Lewis was leaving without cause and not staying for more abuse, the answer is simple. Constant harassment and bullying, trying to remove his ability to do his job. We saw that at the last meeting with all these change of bylaws. They're handcuffing him, and they're trying to take parents' voices away. One can only take so much mistreatment day in and day out by 4 people. Mr. Lewis has to put his health, marriage, and family above all else, as I'm sure that everyone in this room is what you would do. In closing, let me be clear. The firing of Maupin, Cox, and Leroy, the hiring of Joey Gilbert, the forcing out of Superintendent Lewis is all out of a playbook, which was developed back in November of 2022 or before. I'm sure we already have our choice for our new superintendent too. I'm sure we'll find that out too. We as a school district should be very, very worried of what will come next. Banning of books, changing curriculum to align with their political agenda, firing and hiring employees who fit into their political beliefs. Oh, and our poor, poor students who don't align with their political and religious beliefs. What will become of them? Thank you, Keith Lewis, for dedicating your life to coaching, teaching, and always being a wonderful leader to so many. Thank you. Yeah, I'm shaking like crazy. These are tears of love. Let me just tell you that. The thousands of kids, teachers, and community members whose lives you have touched will never forget you. Keith, I wish you were here to see how many people are here to support you. Always remember, you are so loved. Thank you.
I would like to just say that none of us in this world are perfect. None of us. None of us. And I will never, ever apologize for oversight to make sure that, in my opinion, kids are kept from things that are inappropriate and damaging to their growth. I will never apologize for that. Thank you.
Trustee Magnata?
I want to make a statement. Since we hired Joey Gilbert, we've already exceeded almost our whole year
Mr. Magnata, we
expenses.
have to stick with the agenda item.
Thank you for cutting me off.
Mr. Becko, you wanted to make a statement.
I do, Mr. Gilbert. Thank you. I just want to make one point very clear. There was a comment made here today that Mr. Lewis had resigned. Mr. Lewis did not resign. Mr. Lewis simply agreed not to oppose the board's exercise of a right that was granted to them by the contract. He did not voluntarily terminate his contract on his own.
Trustee Engelkirk, would you like to make a comment?
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
I would say that I've enjoyed working with Mr. Lewis, and I'm sorry it has come to this. I wish there was some way we could work this out, but I don't have anything else to say.
Thank you. Would you like to make a motion?
I will make a motion. I make a motion that we approve the proposed mutual agreement with the superintendent pursuant to the contractual right to terminate without cause the employment agreement of the superintendent and authorize payments in accordance with therewith.
Wait, yeah. Can I have a second, please? Thank you. Now we will have public comment. We have a second.
This is the way it's supposed to work, guys. It's okay.
Stop the BS now, Joey. Do the right thing.
Sir, wait till it's your turn. Virginia Niece. Can I have it quiet, please?
And how many, you gonna tell them how many minutes they have or they don't have?
Everyone will have a minute and a half. You have to get out your timer.
For the record, Virginia Niece, today I would like to support the resignation of Superintendent Lewis. He has not been a good superintendent since our conservative candidates were running and then subsequently elected. He has been covert in his dealings with them. He
Wait
never-
1 minute, Miss Niece.
Hang on.
Okay, so when you speak, you'll say, please say your name. Please speak loud. This is for everybody. And I would like everyone to be quiet, no clapping, because when it's your time to speak, I'm going to give you the same respect. Every single person gets equal respect on their time to speak. I'm going to give everyone respect. Go ahead.
Can I begin again with my time?
Absolutely.
For the record, Virginia Niece, today I would say that I support the resignation of Superintendent Lewis. He has not been a good superintendent since our conservative candidates were running and then subsequently elected. He has been covert in his dealings with them. He never provided them training, which is customary when new elected officials begin their terms. The minority here would have you think that the new trustees have no relationship to teachers or to teaching. This is far from the truth. The loudest voices here are paid propaganda activists with a narrative to put woke principles back into our schools. He has changed.
Virginia, stop, please.
Can I resume?
A minute. Okay.
He has changed the president of the board's words, like when he inserted transgender instead of protecting girls' sports and scholarships. These were just the subtle ways in which Mr. Lewis has promoted his desire to have a board that gives him the complete control. And this is why we want to see the bylaws revert back to what the Nevada revised statutes require, to give the power back to the elected officials and not to a passive yes board that lets him operate scot-free. These trustees are the only stopgap between what is occurring in schools now and school boards across the nation. Let them do what we elected them to do, and don't let twisted words and isolated weak arguments rule the day. Dig deeper, be patient, and be supportive.
No, they need to know they think that was the end of the time, right? It wasn't. Because we didn't explain to them how this works.
When it's your turn to speak, then you can say all those things that you would like to say. Thank you.
Dave, you need to let them know that ding.
Okay, you'll hear one ding. That is a warning. You have 30 seconds left. So please, no disruptions. Thank you.
Tom Starrett. Tom, wait till it's quiet. Thanks.
Tom Starrett. We will hear in public comment today from Mr. Lewis's supportive acolytes, paeans to his virtues. Not relevant to this agenda item. The issue is simple and straightforward. Mr. Lewis and the board have made the mutual decision to terminate his contract. In his words, a mutual agreement, his words. Since I have started attending board meetings, I have observed instances wherein I felt Mr. Lewis's conduct and actions were so contrary to board instruction and policy as to be sufficient to warrant dismissal with cause. Not relevant. I speculate that Mr. Lewis will receive a tidy sum for leaving and that he likely has alternative employment lined up and will reap a windfall at district expense. Not relevant. The board meets today to vote on and finalize that mutual agreement, except to posture and waste public time and valuable resources. Further comment is not relevant. Let the vote on the agreement proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Roger Adam.
Susie, we're going to have people from the Commons weave through. We just don't have the list for you to read their names. So we wanted to give them a chance to come. They've been waiting outside. So just call one from outside after in between each one on your list. Thank
Don't
you.
forget online too.
Didn't the majority of Douglas citizen voters choose to elect trustees Jansen, Dickerson, and Burns while unseating two incumbents? Hasn't the increased emphasis placed by these trustees and trustees Engelkirk on the teaching of reading, writing, math, science, and technology skills resonated with the majority of Douglas citizens? Doesn't this majority also oppose left-wing extremist, Marxist, CRT, DEI, woke curriculum propaganda? Do you really believe Douglas families with school-age daughters disagree with 4 trustees and want biological male gender bender pretenders to compete with them in sports or invade their bathrooms, dressing rooms, and showers? Thank you, trustees.
Can you all please be quiet and let this gentleman speak?
Let me know when I can start again.
Oh, you don't need to start again. Please.
Thank you, trustees Jansen, Dickerson, Burns, and Engelkirk for your substantial positive achievements. We look forward to your continued excellent performance going forward.
Thank you. Can we have? Yes, I'd like somebody that was out from the Commons. Please state your name when you're ready.
I'm Mary Bennington. I was on the school board for 5.5 years in the 90s, and I am appalled at what this board is doing. I taught in the district, I taught in Carson City, and I served as a board trustee, president, et cetera, et cetera. You know how it goes when you're on the board. What you are doing by removing this talented superintendent who is doing a fabulous job, contrary to a few people who've just spoken. The purpose of a board trustee is to serve our community, to educate our children, not to indoctrinate them with your opinion, which appears to be very different from what we have been doing for years in Douglas County, which is educating children, preparing them for their further life, whether they're going to college, which we have a very high proportion of kids that go to college, or going on to some other thing. You guys have destroyed this district in a very short time. Both my children went to this district, and none of my grandchildren are going to go here. It breaks my heart. Not only have you gotten rid of a good superintendent, you will have a hell of a time, excuse my language, finding a new one. And you're probably going to lose other administrators and teachers. If I was here, I would not stay.
Thank you. Could we have one more from the Commons, please? State your name, please.
Hi, my name is Ginger Nicolay Davis. I am a parent and I have been a public school educator for 24 years, working in 9 different school districts. 2 years ago, we made the decision to leave our community of 20 years that we loved because of the schools. We did extensive research before we made such a difficult decision. We interviewed teachers, parents, students, past and present, in this school district, and came away with the knowledge that students at Douglas were going to get a rigorous education, and we felt really good about our decision. Our biggest factor being a public school educator was the staff in this district adored, loved, and worshiped Keith Lewis. We found not one negative thing said about him. You guys have been on a mission since before this election to get rid of him, and I just don't understand it. A superintendent that the community loves and supports, and I can tell you, you will not find that often in a school district. Our community deserves an explanation for why you're doing what you're doing. We do not understand your witch hunt, and you can sit there and say that that's not what it's been, but it has been, and we know it. You are supposed to represent us. I have been in every meeting since you have been elected. Parents, teachers, students come up and beg you to not do the things that you're doing, and you continue to do it. We deserve better. Our children deserve better than you.
I didn't get her name. Did you get her? Ginger Starrett. Really is.
For the record, Virginia Starrett. There has been constant, unwarranted hostility. Yes. There has been constant, unwarranted hostility ginned up by a small number of politically motivated activists against the new majority of the school board. This hostility has led to today and the departure of Superintendent Lewis. It is a shame that the activists have been successful in manufacturing a fake crisis over what is nothing more than common sense goals on the part of the trustees. Had things been different, had the false narrative not captured so many adherents despite there being absolutely no evidence to substantiate the fear mongering used as a tactic by the activists, I don't believe this would have happened. Most of the folks angered that the superintendent has chosen to leave his post should be directing their bile at the activists who poisoned the environment by spreading lies. They drove a stake through any working relationship that might have been forged between the majority of the board and the superintendent. The board consists of trustees elected to be in charge of the district. They are the superintendent's boss. The idea behind this is that a community school should be accountable to the community at large. The superintendent's first and most essential duty is to honor the board and carry out the policies it sets. When that doesn't happen,
I timed. I'm sorry, your time's up.
it's best for all
Stop.
concerned
Stop talking.
for the employee to find a more suitable situation. And unfortunately, that is what is happening now. It would be nice if some of the people making all of this rudeness would be thrown out of the room.
Terry J.
Hi, my name is Terry Jamin, and I'm a proud former member of the Douglas County School Board. During my third term in office, I had the pleasure of interacting with Keith Lewis in his capacity as Human Resources Director. I found him to be a student-driven, knowledgeable, well-prepared, personable, collaborative, all the while maintaining his great sense of humor. These leadership abilities were recognized in 2019 when Keith received the first ever Douglas County School District Board of Trustees Excellence in Leadership Award. This was followed in 2020 by his election as our superintendent. It is a tremendous loss to our school district and community that after 28 years of stellar service, his contract is proposed to be terminated. Should the board decide to consider who to appoint as acting superintendent and ultimately who to hire as our next superintendent, it is critical to the success of that individual that the process is open, transparent, and inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Christensen.
My name is Stephanie Christensen. I am a parent. I'm wearing red. I'm not following an ACLU person or an extremist. I want to thank Mr. Keith Lewis. When my 6th grader came home with a very inappropriate video assignment from a teacher mentioning transgender kids, mentioning self-harm, I was appalled, and we was quickly brought it to the attention of Mr. Lewis. He nipped it in the bud immediately. I was copied on these emails. There were emails sent. There was meetings had. Those videos were removed. Reprimands were made. I was so grateful. He protected my kids and my family's conservative values. He is in no way woke or liberal, and I really don't like it when you use those words. Also, COVID was hard. I watched my kids' lives disappear over and over again. And I feel like the past school board and Keith Lewis got our schools open quicker than anybody else I know. They stayed up late, they made hard decisions, and I am so grateful for them. And now, if you push him out, I would like to ask the trustees Dickerson, Jansen, Burns, and Engelkirk to resign.
Tracy M. Thank you. Please be quiet so I can find Tracy M. Okay. Nate H. Housen. I can't read it. Nate Housen. How do I? Well, he'll tell me how it's pronounced right now.
Nate
Thank
Hansen. Hansen, Hanson. Thank you for doing this public comment. I want to start off. My name is Nate Hansen. I'm a 5th generation Native Nevadan, 15-year thankful adoptee of this county, this fine county. I'm also holder of a master's degree in finance and a former director of the state district financial excuse me. It's been a bit. District financial support for state of Nevada Department of Education. I'm here to register my profound concerns for the direction that this board seems to be taking with regard to its finances. And I just want to make sure that it's made known that we are watching these actions and scrutinizing them closely. I think there are regressive cultural concerns driving this, and I think that is not beneficial to our children. I would like to read briefly from Khalil Gibran in conclusion. Your children are not your children. They are the sons and daughters of life's longing for itself. They come through you, but not from you. And they are with you, yet they belong not to you. You may give them your love, but not your thoughts, for they have their own thoughts. You may house their bodies, but not their souls, for their souls dwell in the house of tomorrow, which you cannot visit, not even in your dreams.
Thank you. Eleanor Lacey. Ginger Nikolai Davis will be after Eleanor. Oh, okay, thank you. Nathan Hastings will be after.
Eleanor Lacey for the record. I'm an ancient woman. I'm a very old woman. I have lived in 5 different states. When I came to Nevada, I was amazed at the kindness, openness, and glorious people that I met here, and the students, their open respect for my dear departed husband, who was in the Navy of our country for 30 years. I voted for these people. I voted for Joey Gilbert. I support them. I do not want to see what happened in Virginia happen here. I do not want to see this board thrown out. All over our country, we see disaster in the school boards, the fights, and I believe in them, and I want our students to learn about our country, the real history of our country. Thank you.
Thank you. Nathan Hastings. Jennifer Tanner will be after Mr. Hastings. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Nathan Hastings, 12-year Minden resident, parent of 4 well-educated DCSD students, and fortunate spouse of an excellent, selfless, and dedicated DCSD educator. My brief comment today will address the highly publicized matter of the board's recent change in legal counsel. Reading local.
Sir, you have to stay on subject, which is the
people that commented in favor of you did not. That is not fair. One of the earlier comments.
That's not true.
Yeah, absolutely. They talked about the
Go
election.
ahead.
They talked about the election. Thank you. Primarily, my comment is to make clear the proper role of legal counsel for a public body. And I speak from experience as a lawyer representing public bodies, having done so for about 10 years. Governmental entities are given specific and limited powers by the laws that create those public bodies. The role of legal counsel is to help them interpret their limiting laws and protect them from potential liability that can arise if or when they look beyond the mark. Legal counsel's purpose is not to assist in finding creative ways to justify political positions or initiatives. It is not to make its clients feel good about its intended policies. It is the opposite. It is to stand apart from any and all political pressure or motivation and read and advocate for the rule of law based on what it says. If counsel is doing its job, it will regularly be telling its client agency or board no, and here's why not, rather than being recruited and selected as an apparent political yes man. To my knowledge and in the general public perception, the board has not shown the community that its selection of counsel is consistent with these indisputable principles. I invite it to do so.
Thank you. Mary Bennington. Mary Bennington. Okay, I did. Mike Madden. Well, there's 2 different sheets. Is there a Mike Madden? Come on, please come up, Jennifer Tanner. There's 3 different sheets here, so I'm trying my best.
Shuffle.
Trying. Go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jennifer Tanner. I have lived in Douglas County for 40 years, 20 years at the lake, 20 years in the valley. My children and my grandchildren have gone K through 12 in Douglas County. I taught 20 years in Douglas County, and my daughter is currently in her 20th year of teaching at Douglas High. You have been handed the #1 school district in all of Nevada. Epic! You need to learn what your job as a trustee entails. It is really important. I did the research. The #1 job for you is to support the district's mission statement, which was developed under Keith's marvelous leadership. It is for a vision of excellence, which they have achieved in academics and character, and it includes all of our children in Douglas County. As trustees, your mission is our children. It is not a venue in public school for partisan political politics, nor a pulpit for spiritual leadership. Your job is to also learn the parameters of your roles and the rules involved in that. Number 3, your trustees are supposed to manage a budget in a fiscally responsible way. And finally, I would like to say that your
Thank you.
job is to agree with
Thank you.
your chief leader, who is Keith Lewis.
I'm going to read it again. So there's been a lot of people who've been off of the agenda item. From now on, if you don't stick to the agenda item, you're not going to continue. The agenda item, you will have public comment at the end where you can say what you want. Can you please, that is not what this is. We're on an agenda item. At public comment, you'll be able to speak on any subject. So this is about the mutual termination of the superintendent without cause. If you're speaking about something else, please wait till public comment. Thank you.
We have 4 online.
Take one, please.
Marcus, you're on. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me? This is Marcus Zinke for the record.
Yes, I can hear you, Marcus. Go ahead. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So a couple things. The amount of vitriol in this room should kind of be seen as a reflection of the attitudes that both of the parties have towards each other. And this is not any way to get anything done. That said, I have no ill will towards opposing opinions, but I find it hard to swallow that people are being called political activists in this group when those that you're calling that are teachers, faculty, and parents. The political activists should be considered maybe the people that moved here from California to change a board that they knew nothing about or knew very little about based on their incoherent ability to even review statistics when it comes to test analysis. There's not a lot conservative about this board. If we're conservative, why are we spending so much money to get rid of someone? Like we're going to give him, the previous board gave him a golden parachute. You're loading it up with gold and pulling the cord. If this is mutual, and Mr. Engelkirk said a second ago, he truly wishes there was something he could do, and Keith might kill me for this. Mr. Engelkirk, vote the other way. This can be done. You have 3 other votes. You vote the other way. You just said, I wish there was something that we could done. It's there. It's right there. Just do it. Thank you.
I'm going to say that that's not on the topic. We have, that was a good comment, but we really have to stick to the agenda. But thank you, Mr. Zinke. Okay. Garrett Lapine.
Board, thank you. For the record, my name is Garrett Lapierre, and I'm a father of a child that goes to Pinion Hills in 4th grade. You guys have a fiduciary duty to make sure that your budget's right. In 2 months, you've spent $110,000 on legal fees. You times that out by 12, that's $660,000. Where are you going to find $500,000 in a deficit because you only have 160 budgeted?
Excuse me, sir.
I'm on the agenda item and I'm going to continue talking on it. So there's a $500,000. Where are you going to find it? Where are you going to cut it? What are you going to do? There's one person who should leave this room, and that's you, Joey Gilbert. You're a coward, you're a clown, and you're in over your head. And it may not come today, but it will come, and it's coming back.
Can we have the next person online, please?
Colin Burrows, you're on. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. My name's Colin Burrows for the record. First of all, I'd just like to say Keith Lewis would have stopped the following. The following is, what educational programs, as the previous speaker just talked about, music, arts, computer courses for our students will be sacrificed from the budget so this school board can afford to get continually raped and pillaged by Joey Gilbert. Keith Lewis would have stopped the educational courses and tools for our students and teachers that will be eliminated from this budget so the school board can afford to get continually raped and pillaged by Joey Gilbert. Keith Lewis would have stopped this action because what adjustments do we have to make to salary increases? I guess we can no longer have salary increases because this budget no longer can afford it because the school board continually gets raped and pillaged by Joey Gilbert. I express my gratitude every day for Joe Lombardo's election as governor of this great state, so it didn't stop just at this county. And lastly, I'd like to say the group before you dressed in red consists of teachers, school administrators, and parents. It's important to note they're not some hostile, intolerant crowd. The only divisive present at this gathering comes from a certain far-right individuals who expose hatreds towards the LGBTQ communities and individuals, the Washoe community, and the people of color. That's who they don't like, and that's who they don't want in our schools. Lastly, I would like to request the resignation of Jensen,
Sticking to
Burrows,
the-
and
yeah.
Dickerson.
You're not sticking to the agenda item. Please go. Cut him off. Mickey Trujillo.
There's so much I want to say. Mickey Trujillo, thank you, Carrie, Linda, Tony, for supporting the best interest of kids. I'm a product of this community of Douglas County School District as a student, as a teacher, and as an administrator. Today, I work with educators across our nation, and I spend time today spreading a message of hope. And two things that I focus on is our role as educators. We are igniters of hope in the lives of our kids, and ways that we can ignite hope are to seek to understand and to lead with love. And I have tried desperately to understand the board majority. I really have. I understand that you come from a place of some sort of moral compass and Christian values. And I know that because I know some of you. I'm a Christian too. And here's what I don't understand. At what point do we shift? Do we make a shift from our Christian values, from our moral compass, to sacrifice children, educators, and a phenomenal superintendent to advance a political agenda? At what point? There is not a small activist here. There are parents, there are educators, there are people that care about our community and care about our kids. When you consider your vote, look around. Look around. My Jesus, the Jesus that my parents raised me with, he put people before politics. Please
Thank
do
you.
the same.
David Azed. Azeyed. David. Okay. Let's take the next one online, please.
Matt, it's your turn to speak. Go ahead.
My name is Matt Jensen. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you,
Yes.
Matt.
I'm thankful for the motion to remove Keith Lewis. He has been disrespectful and at times incompetent. I've disagreed with him on many occasions and asked for the time to see him. He made no attempt and did not return my calls. It appears that he's a favorite of the teachers, but I've encountered a number of parents that do not share the minority of the board's opinion. He made threats to new board members at the beginning of board meetings. I support wholeheartedly Jansen, Dickinson, Burns, and Engelkirk. The buck's got to stop here. The quote by Khalil Gibran, that's a correct pronunciation, is exactly why this new board is here. My children are my children, and you have lost all respect by saying that they're not. On a side note, the job is not to agree with Keith Lewis, the job of the board. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. David Seat.
My comments will be given at the open comment section. They don't pertain to this.
Thank you, sir. Adrian Sawyer.
Adrian Sawyer for the record, parent of 3 DCSD students. I am torn by this agenda item. On one hand, I want the board to reject this. I want Mr. Lewis to continue to be the amazing advocate for students, parents, and teachers. On the other hand, I respect Mr. Lewis for taking care of his family. This board has done nothing but vilify him while he has responded with grace and class. Even as the board moves to kick him out, Mr. Lewis thinks of the district first. The savings of $75,000 will pay for this month's legal fees of over $74,000. Who will keep the board spending in check with Mr. Lewis gone? I would ask the board to stop listening to those who have zero blood, sweat, and tears in this district and start listening to parents, teachers, and students. Thank you.
Thank you. Jenny Cartwright. Jenny Cartwright.
Hi. My name is Jenny Cartwright. I am a 27-year Douglas County resident. My two children have been through all levels of schooling with DCSD, and I have 0 complaints about their education. I believe you are terminating this agreement with Keith Lewis because you perceive that there is a problem with his leadership. I believe that each member of this board started out with good intentions. I believe you plan to do what was right in your heart. We probably share a lot of common beliefs about how our children should be educated. It is clear from your actions that you are trying to solve a problem. I'm not clear what that problem is, and I fear that your termination of the contract will only make things worse. You heard straight from a parent's mouth today that Keith Lewis does not support the principles that you assert that he supports. You have not presented any evidence of the existence of the problem. I don't see the problems you describe within DCSD under Keith Lewis's leadership. So far, you have a chaotic track record of upheaval, frustrating administrators, teachers, staff, parents, and students. You've wasted our money, tried to place a stranglehold on our superintendent, posted agendas that don't explain what you're doing, and now you're going to pay $175,000 times 2 for one superintendent for a year, doubling up. Whatever changes you think you're making for the better, please stop. Please do not keep heading in this direction. We deserve board members who are better custodians of DCSD's money, who show more respect for the wonderful, dedicated, talented teachers, staff, and administrators who have educated my kids for the past 27 years.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Jenny Cartwright, and I believe we deserve a better board.
Thank you. Wendy Smalley.
I'm Wendy Smalley. This board's recent attack on Keith Lewis completely undermines the foundation this community is built on. My ancestors, along with many others in this room, were instrumental in building this community well over a century ago. They strived to ensure people helped their neighbors, stood up for what is right, and expected a quality education for their children. Until the 3 of you duped the older generation of our community with your bogus scare tactics and ramrodded your way to this position, we never questioned the intelligent intentions or integrity of our school board because they consistently did what was right for students. With Keith Lewis as our superintendent, you had a unicorn, an elusive mythical soul. It's unheard of to have a superintendent that has the majority support of teachers, students, administrators, district personnel, and families respect, support, love, and trust. In 29 years, Keith never had to tell people he was doing what was best for students because his actions showed it. It's important for you to recognize employee silence is not a reflection of board support, but merely the fear of retaliation on your part. But in all sincerity, I want to thank you for making decisions you have thus far. The three of you haven't been here long enough to see this community come together and fight for what is right, but as you can see today, you're about to. Susan, David, Catherine, I'm here to demand your resignation as from this board.
Thank
Your
you.
stark
Anne Marie
incompetence.
Chase.
Anne Marie Chase, for the record. I am not going to use my 90 seconds to speak on behalf of Keith Lewis because I don't think you care to hear my support for Keith Lewis. I do. I support him, but I'm going to use my 90 seconds to hopefully talk about something you will care about.
Ma'am, you have to stick to the agenda. Otherwise, you have to speak at public comment.
Oh, I promise I am.
Okay,
I
thank
promise. You no worries. Can you scooch back a little bit my time?
Of course.
Thank you. This agenda item has made teachers and staff feel demoralized and worried and scared. We're scared of what's going to happen. And you might not care about that either, but here's what I think you need to care about. Every district in the state is hiring teachers, and you are giving us really good reasons not to stick around in Douglas County. Because when you take away someone that we support and who is good for kids, that's telling teachers that this isn't a good place for us. And I'm telling you that when there is a crisis and there is an exodus of teachers from Douglas County, there will be no one to blame but you.
Thank you. Heather Larson.
I'm sorry, I thought that was my 30-second dinger. Was that right? Or was that my 90?
I'm sorry, you are correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so now I have 30 seconds. Is that right? Okay, perfect. Oh, thank you. I wanted to echo Wendy Smalley. I ask for your resignation. That is the only way you can save this sinking ship.
Terry Jamin. Terry Jamin. Brandy Torres. I did, but she can go. We can have Brandy Torres, then Heather Larson.
I'm Brandy Torres, for the record. I am a 24-year veteran of the school district. I am a senior parent. I'm a taxpayer. And apparently, as of today, I'm a propaganda activist. I would like to share with you, my coworkers and I, a couple of pages from a book called Feathers and Fools. Let me give you a little summary. This is a modern fable about some peacocks and swans who allow the fear of their differences to become
Is this
so
about
great that
Mr.
they,
Lewis?
yes,
Okay.
so that they become so great that they end up destroying each other. In a rambling garden long ago and far away, there live a pride of magnificent peacocks. Nearby in the rushes and reeds of a clear blue lake dwelt a flock of elegant swans. One day, a peacock, musing on the mysteries of life, said, "How strange that swans should swim. It is fortunate indeed that we do not, for we should surely drown." The other peacocks pecked and strutted, contemplating the meaning of this profound observation. Again, the first peacock spoke, "How strange that swans should fly. It is happy indeed that we do not, for we should surely look ridiculous." The other peacocks pecked and strutted again, contemplating the meaning of this second observation.
Thank you. Heather Larson.
My friends will continue the book.
My name is Heather Larson. I am not really for or against this agenda. My thing is that I have children that are in elementary school. We have gone through the COVID thing, and I'm a single widowed mother. So when we went to the distant learning and we had them sit there on their tablets and the computers and they're doing their schoolwork, how much of that did other counties not have open when our counties were back open and had in school learning? The whole reality of this is that there's students that need education. They need the teachers. They need the staff to all understand that the children are the ones who come first. And what I've seen today with the entire people of the grown adults, if this is how it is in front of the public, it really concerns me of what it looks like behind closed doors. The agenda is the children, and I hope you guys understand that. Thank you.
Thank you. Judge Smith. Thank you. Sherelle Watershed. Well, this person didn't want to speak right now.
My name is Sherelle Wonderscheid, Jacks Valley Elementary School, and I'm going to continue the parable. Again, the first peacock broke the silence. I fear the swans, he said. They have great strength. If they wished, they could turn us out of our gardens, or make us fly, or force us to swim. Here and there, peacock feathers rustled uneasily. Alas, cried one, no home, no happiness, no life. There followed anxious mutterings and a making of plans. And so it came to pass that the peacocks gathered a great quantity of feathers, which they sharpened into arrows and concealed in the shadows of their gardens. Now we can defend ourselves against the swans, said the first and most foolish peacock, raising his voice that the swans might hear. We shall hurl these arrows at their throats and slaughter every one should they ever try to change our way of life. The swans, in fear, heard these fighting words and sharpened feathers of their own in even greater numbers and concealed them clearly among the rushes and reeds. Both sides, for safety's sake, continued to add to their weapons, but in dismay, each discovered that the more arrows they acquired, the more terrified they became. At night in the gardens and on the lake, no birds slept. Every sound made their hearts race. Every movement made them tremble. Thank you.
Thank you. That is filibustering. That is not public comment about the agenda item. It was a really good story, and thank you. But that's not what we are on an agenda item. You know, that's not what this is. Chris Jezik. Was that? Public comment can be cut off if you're filibustering. Do I? Yes, yes. You can't do this right now. This is agenda item.
We were called out of order. I'm sorry. So I'm Chris Jezik with Jacks Valley Elementary School and CC Manili. So
It has to be talking about the agenda item. On public comment, you could talk about something else, but on the agenda item, you have to stick to the agenda item.
It's a story about divisiveness.
No, that's not on this agenda item. That's
What do I do?
Ma'am, the agenda item is whether we're going to accept the resignation of Keith Lewis. Not, excuse me.
So we'll continue during public comment
No,
on
absolutely,
the next
no
section.
problem.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, who was next? Was that Liz Hastings? Chris Jezik. Okay, that was, okay, right here, cross it off. I have like 5 sheets here, so please give me a chance. These people. Chrissy Hollywell. Well, I've already, there, we're gonna have to have a new sheet for public comment because it's,
Hello. For the record, I'm Chrissy Hallowell. I'm fifth generation Carson Valley. My family originated in Minden, Germany, and I was part of the settling families of the Carson Valley starting in 1872. I was born and raised in the Valley and graduated from Douglas High School, and I have children following in my footsteps. That's over 150 years my family has gone through this school district. I see this board's lack of leadership and inability to listen to our community, and it's very disturbing. Your actions are appalling in regards to taxpayers' funds and the clear disrespect towards Keith Lewis. Lewis is highly respected in this community and statewide, and I am absolutely against his removal. Thank you, Keith, for your 28 years of dedication to the school district. You will dearly be missed. There are several board members that outrightly lack respect towards others in our community. Your outbursts are unacceptable and will not be tolerated. I will not continue to stand by and watch the unraveling of our school district, one of our community's largest employers. Your irresponsible spending of taxpayer dollars with inexperienced education attorney and your blatant disregard for teachers and our children's education is shameful. You openly violate federal and state statutes, which is why I'm asking Susan Jansen, Doug Engelkirk, David Burns, and Catherine Dickerson to resign from the board. You have demonstrated you are not competent to hold the positions you do. And if you are, hold on, if you are a board member that is not brave enough to stand up to this injustice in our community and start
Thank you.
listening, then you should also resign. Thank you to the community.
William Robinson.
For the record, I'm William Robinson. That's probably part of my staff. I met Keith Lewis when I was a principal of Zephyr Cove Elementary School in 1995. I got 32 years of service in Douglas County Schools as a counselor, teacher, administrator, and school psychologist. And I raised my 2 daughters and helped raise 3 of my stepdaughters. They all graduated with honors from Douglas High School. I'm here I've supported Keith Lewis. He is a quality superintendent, and I am ashamed that you people were able to drive him out. He doesn't deserve that. He deserved to finish his time here with dignity and support. And I would love to see Burns, Dickerson, Jensen resign immediately.
Thank you. Jill Mayer. Jill Mayer. Mayor too?
Matthew Mayer for the record. I'm the parent of 2 children currently attending school in our district. I've been a resident of Gardnerville for 22 years and have owned and operated a small business here for 20 years. This is an email I sent. I formally object to the so-called mutual agreement that it resulted in letting go of our superintendent, Keith Lewis. Mr. Lewis has and always will be known as an incredible educator that has devoted his life to the well-being of our students and teachers in this district. Not only are you letting go an asset to our district, but you're making yet another fiscally irresponsible decision in regards to our school district. In termination with cause, taxpayers are obligated to pay Mr. Lewis's entire salary, $175,000. I would hope that you would have good reason to justify this kind of expense, other than our beliefs did not align with his. I've watched every board meeting since the new trustees took over the majority, and it is clear that Mr. Lewis was following any and all instruction from the board, as long as that instruction did not violate any laws set forth by the federal and state government. The majority of the board is labeled the people coming forward as leftist wackos. In return, do not even listen to their concerns. You have military veterans, first responders, decorated military Gold Star family members, coaches, teachers, parents, and true conservatives coming forward telling you they do not agree. We're asking for some of the more extreme positions that clearly are not supported by the majority be put aside to focus more on more pressing issues at this time, including teacher shortage, teacher retention, facility management, and most importantly, student achievement. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Leah Casper.
Okay, like you said, I am Leah Casper. The decision to fire Superintendent Lewis is an awful decision, and it will have detrimental effects for the students of Douglas County. My family and I have lived here for over 10 years. I am a native Nevadan, I am a conservative, and I am a mother who cares about this community and about maintaining what makes Douglas County such a wonderful place to live and to raise children. I have been lucky enough to have 5 children who are or who have been part of this school district, attending and graduating from 3 of the schools. Keith Lewis has been the best superintendent any reasonable person could hope for. He is a true citizen of Douglas County, having worked his way up based on talent and skill. When so much of the county shut down for COVID, he kept our schools open. This was an enormous achievement, an achievement which required true leadership, vision, and cooperation between the school district and parents. Because of his continuing leadership, Keith Lewis has earned the trust of the parents and students in Douglas County. This board has betrayed that trust, and through this decision, it reveals it is completely out of step with the values of Douglas County, and especially out of step with those who have a vested interest in the success of its schools. I could not be more disappointed and critical of this board's decision. It will result in lasting harm to those who most need our guidance and support. That is our children. They deserve the best. They deserve to have Keith Lewis. Our children will reap the tares that you have so carelessly sown here today.
Thank you. Paula Ortiz.
Good afternoon. My name is Paula Ortiz. I'm a retired teacher here. I had children go through the schools. You 4 board members now in the majority on this board, and the people who got you elected to be their puppets, sadly did not bother to get to know this community and school district. We are suffering the results of when people with money who lack knowledge and experience of good educational system get involved with a political agenda and think they know what is best for kids. You don't seem to care or know how good this district was, or you wouldn't be trying to tear it down. Keith Lewis is a man of great integrity who has been in this district for many years. He was a great teacher, administrator, HR person, and superintendent. He truly cares for this community, our schools, administrators, teachers, support staff, and their families. And sadly, again, you didn't bother to find this out before you decided to push him out. You will not find anyone comparable to replace him. And now, because of this decision, we are going to have to pay for 2 superintendents at the same time, likely well over $100,000. This is money that should be helping our students and our district. You are supposed to be working for what is best for students and this district as a whole. That includes listening to those with educational experience and knowledge. Please educate yourselves and show a little care and concern for those people who are really being affected by your decisions, and not the private supporters and uninformed majority who voted for you just because they were told to. Thank you.
Thank you. Emma Archibald.
Hi, Emma Archibald. I did send this to all of you over email, but I was concerned that you weren't going to read it, so I decided to read it to you here today. My name is Emma Archibald. I'm a second-year teacher. I moved to Nevada from Minnesota specifically to teach in this district under the direction of Keith Lewis. The district flew me out to interview, and he took time out of his busy schedule to meet with me and my dad to discuss the pulse of the district, and to promise my dad that I'd be taken care of if I moved across the country. Last year, my first year of teaching, he checked in on me. When he met my partner at a district event, he remembered things that I had told him. I have not met a single one of you in your time as leaders, a stark comparison to the care that Keith Lewis has shown. I'm beyond disappointed at your decision to push an incredible leader out of their position. Good leaders are very difficult to come by, and Keith Lewis models integrity, compassion, and intelligence with every decision that he's made. He even led our district to be #1 in Nevada 3 years in a row. That was under his leadership. I am fearful of the political agenda that you're trying to push. Our teachers want to love and teach students to be productive, kind citizens. We don't want to indoctrinate them. We never have. That is not our district. Keep your politics out of our classroom. Let us love and teach kids and deal with actual issues when they arrive. Our schools are not a place to be devices. Our school budgets are not disposable for you to spend on pushing an agenda. You're messing with the livelihoods of real humans, teachers, families, students. We are real people, the people that you were elected to serve. I have not seen you do that during your time as trustees.
Thank you. Ashley Nickel. Ashley Nickel.
Friday, May 12th, 8:49 p.m. Text message from Keith Lewis. Keep fighting, my friend. This was probably a normal day for most of you, but for me, my body was giving out. Major functions were shutting down. I was consumed by pain, and my husband and my children were watching me deteriorate. I was tired of fighting, but my colleague, my superintendent, was encouraging me to not give up and keep fighting. My name is Ashley Nickel, and I've been an educator in Douglas County School District for 18 years. I've known Mr. Lewis as a principal, superintendent, and member of an expulsion committee. Over the years, I've not always seen eye to eye with Mr. Lewis, yet I've always been able and welcome to have conversations with him when our opinions or ideas have differed. And I can tell you with 100% certainty, every exchange I had with Mr. Lewis had our kids at the center of his decisions. One of the major flaws in our society is that we believe people must have the same opinion or views as one another to respect each other. I have not always shared the same opinion as Mr. Lewis, but I will and always respect him for his passion to do what is right, not what is easy, his relentless work ethic and drive to make the school district better, his goal to encourage the people around him to be their best selves. So today I remember that text message. Thank you for fighting for our kids. Thank you for fighting for our schools. On May 12th, I was too weak to fight. Today I'm stronger, and we will keep fighting for our kids.
Thank you. Brandon Hill. Thanks, Logan. Well, let's put her on there. Okay, sir. State your name.
Brandon Hill, 14-year resident of Douglas County, parent of 5 children who've been very well educated and are being very well educated here in Douglas County. Married 21 years to a teacher here in Douglas County. I've coached youth sports for over 12 years. You can say I am vested in this community, also as a business owner and business leader. Evil can only triumph when good men and women do nothing. What you are seeing and hearing from the majority today is good men and women doing something. The forced resignation of Mr. Lewis is troubling, to say the very least. The newly elected board majority has misdirected priorities and bullied Mr. Lewis. I have spoken with many teachers and administrators recently. Without prompting, they have all told me that the new board majority have not even asked them what their biggest challenges are and what the school board could do to help with the real challenges our schools are faced with. The inappropriate focus on driving out Mr. Lewis is reprehensible. If our schools need saving, it is from this new board majority. Your actions are tearing at the fabric of this community. You are not conservative, you are radical. I am Brandon Hill, and I call for the resignation of board members Jansen, Dickerson, and Burns.
Thank you. Monica Hart.
I'm Monica Hart. I've had the honor of working with Keith Lewis for the duration of his 28-year career in our district. The sea of red here tells of his legacy. Keith has been dealt a bad hand since the new board took office, and he has dealt with it with grace and dignity. He's a man of integrity and compassion, an amazing leader, and one who is loyal to students, parents, teachers, and the community of Douglas County. Even though Keith is facing a hostile group of bullies coming to take his job, he's agreed to help make the coming transition smooth. This is because his loyalty to education in this valley, and we wouldn't expect anything less from him. The actions of this school board are harming education in our valley, and I keep asking myself, where do their loyalties lie? Certainly not to our students, parents, teachers, or community. We have all worked hard to make our district #1 in the state for the 3 consecutive years. Now, in just a matter of a few months, the structure which supports the strength of our education has been crushed, and the school board is making financial decisions that will surely bankrupt our district in a very short time. Many members of our community were duped into voting for this anti-educational group because of the scary lies they were spreading. We need our community to band together, get educated on what is really happening in the schools, and make changes fast if we want this district to still be solvent in the near future. Thank you.
Jamie Lozano. Jamie Lozano. Is there anybody online? Okay. So there's no Jamie Lozano. Okay. Go ahead, Haley.
Chris Robbins, it's your turn to speak. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. My name is Chris Robbins. I am a parent of a student at Scarcelli Elementary School. Let's call this what it is. This is not a mutual decision. This is the forcing out of a superintendent with years of experience in our school district. Who are you going to find to lead this district that would do a better job than Keith Lewis? Well, my guess is that you already have the person lined up, just like when you hired the incompetent Joy Gilbert. Dickerson, Jansen, Burns, and Engelkirk. You are incompetent and an embarrassment to Douglas County. Do the right thing and resign.
Thank you. Marty Swisher.
Marty Swisher, Gardnerville resident. I want to come back to a couple of things. First of all, this is eerily similar to the firing of our previous legal counsel in the way that this has happened. They don't agree, or they give you counsel that you don't agree with, so you say, go away. I feel that's what's happened to Keith Lewis. The decision to remove Keith Lewis, I heard about originally on March 24th, 2022. I was at a candidates forum at Mad Dog's restaurant, and the 3 board members here, plus Mr. Brashear was there, and Mr. Burns stood up and he said to the group, how many of you would like to see us get rid of the superintendent? And everybody in the room applauded. And I looked around and went, oh my gosh, what is this about? After that, after they were elected in November, there was a train of emails between December 22nd and January 2023 between Mrs. Sterrett, Nick Mayer, and these 3 board members. The email was listed confidential, and it said from Mrs. Sterrett, school boards all over the country, those that have been elected to counter the woke culture invading schools, have fired the superintendent first thing. That shows the voters they mean what they've said. Yes, I'm being hardline, but we promised hardline. This has been in the works way before, and it's wrong. Mr. Lewis has done nothing wrong. The termination is not a resignation. Thank you.
Thank you. Ginger Carlson. Thank you, Leslie.
For the record, I'm Ginger Carlson. I'm a native of Douglas County, DHS class of 1991. Trustees, I'm so grateful to say that I have worked on and with school boards for the last 3 decades. One thing we know for sure is that there will always be issues that school boards and district leaders are divided on. It comes with the territory. It's part of our job. But so does the responsibility to nurture a strong relationship with the superintendent, despite your differences. You will see that in any piece of research or state and national school board guidelines. This decision, coupled with your proposal to remove that relationship from your code of conduct and bylaws, is not only unconscionable, it goes directly against any recommendation for how to effectively run a school district. You as a board have had your decision-making call into question, but what has perhaps bothered me the most is that as a body of trustees, one who holds the district in trust, you have lacked any semblance of grace in your work. While it is well within your legal right to terminate a superintendent's contract without cause, the way you have handled this is undermining. It undermines your future work as a board, the community you serve. It undermines Mr. Lewis's potential, if you can find one successor. And most of all, it undermines the children of
Thank
Douglas
you.
County. Our children deserve better.
Christine, I can't read your writing. Kyer. Thank you. Say it. I get it. People vote fast.
Christine Treme for the record.
What's your last name?
Treme
This with a T? Because this says
with a K.
Okay. Thank you.
First, you let go of our legal team of 20 years and brought in an attorney who has zero experience in educational law and is costing our district and taxpayers an obscene fortune. You were working corresponding with Mr. Gilbert before you were even elected. Next, you bullied and pushed out a superintendent who has worked 20 years tirelessly for our students. He is the epitome of what a superintendent and leader should be. If our next superintendent turns out to be who is rumored, then that will prove that you had him in your pocket all along too. I hope you also brought with you a district full of teachers, because while all of us are terrified of abandoning our students with this board, at some point in time, just like Keith, we all need to look out for ourselves and our own. While we're at it, I hope you also brought with you a district full of students, because we already have parents talking about uprooting their families to leave behind the circus you have created. I hope you are not using this position as a platform, because if you are, if you haven't already, you will go down in history as the board president that demolished one of Nevada's top school districts. Anybody here with a phone, piece of paper, and a pencil? Write this down. Theclassroom.com, how to remove school board members.
Carrie Barwushla. Carrie Barwushla. I know. Well, I can't.
Met you many times, but for the record, my name is Carrie Karwoski.
Well, this is probably another person then, because that's not even close to that name. But go ahead.
Okay. I am a mother of 2 children, a graduate of Douglas High on an academic scholarship and currently thriving in a study abroad in Rome. A senior here at Douglas High School, a business owner, a 5th-generation Nevadan from this area that moved back specifically to raise my children because of the community and the education system. I served as the president of the Douglas County Education Foundation for many years, currently serving as a parent representative for the Douglas County Community Parent Advisory Committee, DPAC, which I have served on for many years too. I'm deeply saddened today to speak and quite frankly appalled at the current situation. I've worked with Keith Lewis for over 20 years and speak today to show my unwavering support for Superintendent Keith Lewis. We should be honoring, celebrating Keith for his proven dedication to this community, to our school district. We've been fortunate to have Keith's intellect, leadership, and commitment guiding our district. In these few short months, the new members, and I reiterate, new members to this board, have done nothing but destructive maneuvers. While they should be focusing on improving the school district, strengthening this community, they have focused only on their misguided and misinformed agendas. I implore the parents and the members of this community to stand up, get involved, remain vigilant. Keith, you will and will continue to have our strongest support.
Martha Betchner. Martha Betchner. Martha Betchner. Betcher.
Good afternoon. My name is Martha Betcher. My husband and I have spent approximately 40 years. We're both retired educators here in Douglas County. Our daughter was raised here. She went on to go to a private school, private college, and graduated with honors. Our experience with education in Douglas County has been excellent, and Keith Lewis has been part of it. Again, like someone else said, I didn't always see eye to eye with him, but it was just because I was the librarian and he made up his own policy, and it got in my way, but it was for parents and students, to be honest. So there it is. I'm not going to go on and on. I just want to hand out some letters and thank you cards to you guys, and just say that the new board members, I have not received any responses to the previous emails. So I'm going to try old style and see if that works. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen Miller.
Hello, my name is Kristen Miller, and I didn't prepare anything to read. I just was going to talk from the heart. But my husband is a fifth-year generation here, and we were, when I met him, moved and was raised in a family in Colorado, and totally happy to do so until we had 3 children, and he was adamant to raise them here. And when he brought me here, I then realized why, not only the beauty, but the education system and the different many generational families that we've met here. There is a community here of support that you don't see in other places or in bigger towns or anything. And to raise your kids here is just a privilege. And doing that is like getting to know the teachers and superintendents. I've volunteered in I feel like every school. I have 2 that have graduated, have went on to be very successful. I have 1 still left, and I'm just, praying for him. I just want to say that I know in my heart, you guys meant well. I know that you came to save the kids, and I'm not sure from what, but I really believe that you guys could still turn us around and do something right. And I'm a Christian, and I pray for you guys and your leadership all the time. And I just hope that the prayers will be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very nice. Vanessa Ozanis? Ozaland. Okay. I never.
For the record, my name is Vanessa Oslins. I am a homegrown girl, raised 2 children, product of Douglas High School, recent retirement from Douglas County School District of 25 years. I just wanted to remind the board that you all represent me. You were voted in to represent your community, teachers, students. And I'm going to suggest that something being removed, because there is definitely a problem. When leaders do not ask those that they represent, 1, if there is a problem, Does a problem exist? 2, how do we go about changing it? This current leadership has done none of that. And I'm going to ask, as others have, that Douglas County come together the same way we did in 2020 with our graduation and everybody came and we flaunt our kids. We can do this. We need to ask for the resignation of Susan Jansen, David Burns, Catherine Dickerson. Thank you.
Minos Dobson.
My name is Minos Dobson. I graduated from this fine school in 2022. Linda Gilkerson handed me my diploma on that stage. I have had the privilege of knowing Keith Lewis since I was in early grade school, and I grew up with his son. And when he became the director of HR, I was very excited to see him in that power. And I remember the day that the news broke that he was going to be the next superintendent of our district, and I was very excited. At the time, I was a junior here, and the last 2 years of my education here were the best I've ever succeeded before. And I'm really sad to see him go. I really understand why. This is a lot. And I'm deeply disappointed to see all of this happening in Douglas County. We have the news currently live outside. It's really disheartening to me, and I don't know how much more any of us can take with this. Thanks.
Thank you. Garth Pintler.
Hi, I'm Garth Pintler. I am a retired middle school science and math teacher. My daughter attended Douglas County Schools and received an excellent education. During my last several years of teaching, Keith Lewis was my principal at Pawalu Middle School. He was very enthusiastic and effective as an administrator who always put students first, all students, regardless of their backgrounds or beliefs. As a district superintendent, he has continued to effectively support all of our students. The politically driven decision by the new school board members to terminate his employment disappoints and saddens me, and the loss will be borne by our students. Now, part of the PR to try to cast doubt on Keith Lewis showed up in full page ads in the newspaper. And they invited us to go look at the statistics. They said math scores dropped in Douglas County between 2017 and 18 and 2021 and 22, which they did. But it was very, very disingenuous of all of those in the PAC that sponsored the ads. And I imagine they are the same people who supported your candidacy for the school board. Did you take the time to look at the other districts around us and notice the scores that they had and how much they dropped in the same period? And in fact, that Douglas County was really at the top of the board.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, disingenuous. We deserve a better board.
Monica Dot. Monica Dot. Is there a Monica Dot? Oh, there you are. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Monica Datt. I'm a mother, healthcare worker, and business owner in this county. With the loss of Superintendent Lewis and hiring of new super, let's not forget our overall goal here for our kids to come out of this school with a purpose, career goals, and being responsible tax-paying citizens. We should be talking about keeping and recruiting highly educated teachers so our kids are ready to get into the colleges of their choice. We need to talk about keeping electives so our kids don't lose career paths to be constructive citizens. We need to provide our kids with the opportunities to experience new science and technology so they're ready for careers of the future. We need sports to provide teamwork, leadership opportunities where our kids learn to be resilient, healthy, and learn time management. At Pinion Hills Elementary School this year, my son's assigned teacher was shuffled, and which shows me that there are teachers who chose not to come this year. My daughter was supposed to have band this year, and it was eliminated from the school. We have some of our experienced teachers who are mentoring younger teachers, but in 4th grade, they're rotating through these teachers with one teacher in charge. I'm already seeing what happens when you make cuts from the budget that goes towards the school. So please stop spending all our resources on this power struggle. Let's find a way to work together to achieve a conservative school that provides our kids with opportunities.
Thank you.
A school district that draws businesses and
Thank
working
you.
professionals to our town. Otherwise, I work with retirees who are soon going to
Thank you.
find
Your
this town
time is
empty
up.
of service personnel, healthcare workers,
Your
and
time's up.
businesses.
And you got a very nice, respectful comment, but your time is up. Thank
I
you,
came
ma'am.
to this town for the lifestyle
Heather
and moved to Johnson Lane
Clever
for the
Crawford.
school. But as my parents did for me, I work hard to put my children's education first, and our family and our business will move if you bankrupt our schools. We need to spend our education funds on highly educated teachers and Thank you. Thank you, Laura. We need to spend education funds on highly educated teachers and provide them with the resources to do their job. Thank you very much. I would like to keep our business and my service in this town, but I need a town that supports me and my family as well.
Thank you, ma'am. Courtney Brown. Burrows. I have you're next. I have 2 different sheets and I'm going back and forth. Yes.
For the record, my name is Courtney. Okay, perfect. For the record, my name is Courtney Burrows, and I am a parent of a Douglas County School District child. You bullied out our leader, who was wonderful, smart, driven, responsible, determined, fair, loving, always present, Mr. Keith Lewis. You will not defeat us as staff and parents. Shame on you. We do not trust you, especially now. You do not care about us. You do not care about your constituents. You do not care about my child. If you did, you wouldn't have spent 66% of the allotted budget already in 2 months on Mr. Gilbert. And Mr. Gilbert, I would appreciate if you don't talk while I talk. And I know right now that Keith did not approve that, so do not blame this on him. We will do whatever it takes to stop you. And I pray that the state comes in and stops you before we have to. We are trying here because I am a parent and we deserve a better board. My name is Courtney Burrows. We deserve a better board. My child deserves a better board. And I call for resignation of Catherine Dickerson, David Burns, Susan Jansen, and Joey Gilbert. Thank you.
Heather. Heather. How long is this? Heather Clever Crawford.
Welcome back, Mr. Gilbert. My name is, my school name is Heather Kluver, but now my name is Heather Crawford. I've lived here for over 30 years, and I had the extreme pleasure of working with, having my kids. So many of these faces that I recognize around this room. This is amazing. But the one that's missing is Mr. Lewis. He was my child's PE teacher, both of my kids, as a matter of fact. And I had a really frank discussion with my kids about this. They are 20, 29, 27, and 23. And my oldest, I won't speak for him, but my middle son, he says, I love Mr. Lewis. I grew up as he was going through the ranks, I was going through the grades. My oldest, who is 29, has 2 kids. And in January of last year, he broke my heart and he took my grandbabies and moved to Texas. And I will tell you, I was heartbroken until all of this trauma and drama that you have created within our school district began. Now, I'm happy that my son and his family live in Texas and my grandchildren are going to school in Texas. Hallelujah. And also, for the record, my family and I, we used to have UNR basketball tickets. It was a great thing that we would go as a family and we would have souvenir cups from the heavy hitter. I
Thank you,
love
ma'am.
throwing them
Thank
in
you,
the
ma'am.
trash, and I call
Ma'am,
for
you need
Mr.
to,
Gilbert.
I'm asking you to please stop.
I call for Mr. Gilbert's resignation.
Ian Wren. Ian Wren.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, I thank you for your time and thought in this matter. I speak as a parent with 2 boys in Pinion Hills, and when I became news of this, or when I heard news of this meeting, I became really disheartened and just upset of the fact that we're spending all of this time and resources on a matter that is not pertaining to the embetterment of my children and the school district. I find this very fiscally irresponsible that we want to pay for 2 superintendents, that we want to pay for an attorney counsel that has already maxed out his budget within the first 2 months. I think Mr. Keith Lewis, in the last 5 years of my experience having him as a superintendent, has done wonderfully. He's navigated COVID. He brought my kids back to school before any other school in the area. He navigated Caldor and Tamarack Fire, brought our kids into school before any other school district in the area. He was able to navigate a huge winter storm of just unimaginable amounts of snow and flooding and kept our schools open, which helped us tremendously as parents. He has done a wonderful job, and I do not see the need for any of this in the matter of helping this district
Thank
and
you,
my
sir.
children.
Thank you. Kira Cuddleson. Kira Cuddleson. Kira Cuddleson. Okay. Is there anybody online?
Yes. James Jackson, go
Thank-
ahead. James Jackson, you're next. Go ahead and unmute, James. Jessica Gardner, you're next. Go ahead.
My name is Jessica Gardner. I would like to call for the resignation of Susan Jane Jansen. I'm sorry, you can't pronounce others' names, and I can't pronounce yours. Dickerson and Burns, and also Joey Gilbert. Please vacate the building. You're doing a lot of harm to our community. And I just heard my property values drop with all this crap that you're doing. So please leave immediately. Thank you. Goodbye.
Casey Rogers.
Sorry, I have to be as dramatic as the social media group. No, not till I start speaking. But you would know that if you actually showed up. Casey Rogers for the record. I'm going to give you a ton of reasons to get rid of Keith Lewis. For one, his gross negligence over the COVID-19 pandemic. He contracted with our governor and with the American Rescue Plan, which I have here, which none of you have read, I'm sure. All educators. The ELC reopening schools, support for screening testing to reopen and keep schools operating with that famous word, safely, when it was all a scam to inoculate our children with poison. And if you guys actually read this stuff, you would know that. But you educators who are so smart, coming to these meetings, don't even know what's going on, come in here and try to speak on stuff. Like the whole meeting has been a crap show because of it. So I would say one of the biggest reasons to get rid of him, I will.
Everyone deserves the same courtesy of quiet when they speak.
Review of the emerging evidence demonstrating the effects and efficacy of ivermectin in the prophylaxis and treatment of COVID-19.
Okay,
But they didn't read that.
Casey, it has to be about Keith.
It is about Keith. All of these things were given to the board, Susan. I'm okay. All these things were given to the board, this past board, and there was gross negligence ignoring because they chose to mask our children with a 99.98% effect where they did not need to be masked or vaccinated. And now children have nothing but problems. They're suicidal. They have speech delays. They have lots of issues. And that has to do with our superintendent and former board. So the gross negligence of them not doing their job properly and knowing what's going on, I have read through all this stuff. I have given them mounds and mounds of paperwork. So the truth of the matter is, that is one of the biggest reasons you can get him. And I tell you, he was in a superintendents of superintendents meeting throughout the state that I attended that nobody back here did, I'm
Thank
sure.
you, Casey.
Is that it?
That's it.
That's it. Okay.
Madison Hukkanen. Hukkanen. Okay, well, that's okay. I'm making a separate category. Okay. Pamela Litka.
For the record, my name is Pamela Litka. I'm a resident of 46 years in this community. My last name, a maiden name, comes from Gardner. So where Chrissy said she was from Minden, I come from the Gardners, which comes from Gardnerville. I want to explain the legacy that comes with this community. As you can see behind me, there's a legacy that's coming. These girls are phenomenal. The kids in this district are phenomenal. They choose to do this school. They choose to be here. They're all about each other and education and all of the teachers that are sitting behind them. We are not politicians, we are parents. My daughter is standing behind me. She is third generation of the school district. I walked across the stage with my parents in 1980 as a 6-month-old. They were products of this community. My grandma teaches, substitute teaches for your school district at 81 years old because you can't acquire teachers. Keith Lewis is taking care of things for us and is doing his best with what he has. You need to remember the legacy that is standing behind me. You need to remember what we have in this community and what you're about to lose. And respect our children, our parents, and our teachers. And there are amazing people in this room representing that. You guys don't. You don't know this community. You came from nowhere. Respect it.
Thank you. We came from somewhere.
Oh, she already spoke? Okay. Robbie Lehman. I don't know how to say that name.
My name is Rob Lehman. I'm the parent of 3 high school students. I'm a graduate of the Wharton School of Business. There's a professor there named Adam Grant who wrote a best-selling book called Think Again. In that book, he shows with examples and studies that what people often think first is wrong. Professor Grant shows the importance of why we need to think again when new information is gathered. He shows the danger of sticking with an initial course, an initial idea, when new evidence suggests that you change directions. The remainder of my comments are specifically meant for Trustees Dickerson and President Jansen, because I believe that both of you truly want what's best for students. I believe that you have good intentions. You were elected to represent the community on this board, and you came into your role with an idea of what the community wanted. Yet, when you started implementing those ideas, the community showed up to tell you how much they disagree with you. Today, the community is clearly telling you that they disagree with you. My question to both of you is, when will you stop and think again? When will you look out and see what the community actually wants and use that as part of your decision making? You've heard from teachers that they're going to take jobs elsewhere. You've heard from students and parents that they disagree with your ideas. It's time for you to think again. Trustee Dickerson and President Jansen, you will leave here today as a hero of one of 2 groups. If you vote to accept the mutual agreement with Mr. Lewis, you will be a hero to partisan groups in this community. On the other hand, you will be a forever hero to students, parents, and teachers if you listen to the majority of the community and think again.
Thank you. Jeannie Koner. Kerner. Thank you. No, I wanted to get it right, out of respect.
Thank you. My name is Jeannie Kerner. I'm a 37-year resident of Douglas County, local business owner, and my company is the one that provided the lawn signs for the 2020 graduates of all Douglas County high schools. My children have gone all the way through Douglas County schools, and I volunteered all the way through and continue to volunteer for Douglas County School District. I'm a Republican for the record, a conservative with Christian values, but I cannot for the life of me understand any reason whatsoever that Keith Lewis's contract would be terminated except for personal vendettas or agendas. You stand before us with promises you made to put the kids first, to make a change in the district. They're empty promises if you plan on firing the superintendent without cause, without full approval of the board. Recklessly costing the district a full year's salary plus benefits. And this is after retaining a new legal counsel that has far exceeded the budget set by the school district for legal expenses, while admitting the legal representation does not have the requisite experience in this field, not to mention possibly having a legally binding contract with said counsel. The move to fire Mr. Lewis and retain new counsel is in line with hiring a bartender to be a high school physics teacher and paying them twice the normal salary with no explanation. Many here do not trust this board. There is no skin in the game except to play politics, which has no place, as the seat you hold is a nonpartisan seat. This has become a witch hunt. Our community should be ashamed of this behavior and attitude. Douglas County has always worked together with respect and admiration, even during disagreements. A bylaw change encouraging trustees to not foster respect is a disgrace and should never pass.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
I'm sorry. The sitting
You're
president of a
past
board
the
of
time.
directors following Robert's Rules of Orders is not to make motions or vote, which you should know as the board president. We call for the resignation of trustees Jensen,
Ma'am,
Burns,
you
and
need
Dickerson.
to. Kendra Oakton. Kendra Oakton. Thank you.
My name is Kendra Oakton for the record. I'm a teacher, also known as a paid propagandist. I teach math and I deal with numbers all day. And the resignation of Keith, not resignation, I apologize, the mutual termination of Keith is going to cost this district an exorbitant amount of money. It is not fiscally responsible, it is not fiscally conservative. It is a terrible choice. We are going to pay for him, we're going to pay for another district. And as I watch Dave Burns just look down and never look a speaker in the eye, it's disrespectful. We are here because we care. Okay? So yeah, I'm getting back to Keith. Don't worry. Don't worry. Okay? So we're going to pay for 2 superintendents. And Keith, I hope you all recognize, he actually took less than he deserved. He was selfless in what he did. Okay? But however, despite that, him accepting taking this money, right, which he should, it will not just affect me, but my children and my students as well. That is a lot that's on your shoulders that you don't seem to care about. I have emailed you all asking questions 4 times, Catherine, 4 times, Dave, 4 times, Susan, and you have not answered. Why did this need to happen? Have you polled teachers? Have you polled parents? Have you polled anybody other than those who are backing you? Because if you listen to a statistic, you listen to a study, you would find that what you are doing is wrong. Another thing with numbers, the people who are in support of Keith Lewis is less than those who have asked you to resign. Use numbers because that's what I teach.
Thank you. Dave Brady. Dave Brady.
Good afternoon, Dave Brady for the record. I apologize to this group for not wearing red because A, it's not my color wheel, and I think black is more appropriate. On this issue, I come to view it from a collection of perspectives. First, as a grandparent of a student at CC Manili. Secondly, as a business leader in this community for the last 35 years. And finally, as a former commissioner and school board trustee, for which I served a collective 15 years in this community. So I think I can speak to the elements of governance, leadership, and politics. The majority of these trustees have successfully created an environment of hostility and distrust, dismantled the administrative leadership brick by brick, and have met their political agenda. The net effect is this: you have destroyed any goodwill within the school district community. You have jeopardized the financial security of this school district with the exorbitant legal billing taking place due to the inexperienced legal team having no educational law experience. And you've eliminated any chance of success of bringing quality administrative leadership to this district. Quite frankly, who in the hell would want to work for this board? I don't see it happening. A board that micromanages on a grand scale. I think the solution is pretty simple. The majority of the sport, and you know who you are unprofessional, unethical, inept, and arrogant, and to that end, they should voluntarily resign their positions as board members and take their high-priced attorney with them.
Luis Montez. Luis Montez. Thank you.
Hello, I would like to state that my name is Luis Montes for the record. I have an email that I sent to Mr. Lewis. It states, if anyone doesn't know here, there is a memorial wall over in the Commons area. No one knew what it was. A lot of teachers didn't know as well. So me and Mr. Lewis, we talked in a meeting with the administration here. We wanted to make it so we could have some way to remember the students that have passed away. He helped us make that decision because the school administration would not listen to its students. Here at this school, they did not listen to us. So with Mr. Lewis backing us, he helped my senior class and the past senior classes feel like this school actually cares. I've seen it here, and I've been with this school, like this district, for 14 years. I'm a 5th-year senior. Hello, Mr. Lewis. I would like to say thank you for all that you've helped me accomplish. Without you backing me, the school would have just pushed me away. You helped me and a bunch of other students believe that someone cares. With your help, you've helped the senior class and the classes feel like someone is listening to us and that voice that everyone talks about is there. Me and other students would like to thank you for helping achieve the mission that we have set. I hope you are reading this email because you made me believe in the ability to enact change. I would also like him to come to my graduation in January.
Thank you. Very well spoken. AJ, you're sick, Jr. Do you have someone online? Go ahead, Haley.
Danelle Smith, you're up. Go ahead.
For the record, my name is Danielle Smith. I'm a Douglas County alumni, a parent, and an educator. I want to remind the board, your positions were voted for. We can easily recall them and we can easily replace you, which is probably what's going to happen next. This whole thing is really emotional. Keith has made so many strides, not only for my own kids, but for the kids I work with. I work with the Washoe tribe and tribal education, and he has opened so many doors for us to impact each and every student in every classroom. I want to thank him for what he's done, and I just want you guys to know you won't be able to replace him. You won't be able to find anybody that is to his caliber. And just like Joey Gilbert campaigned for, these parents have a choice, and you're making us choose to move our kids with these choices that you're making to ruin our district. Thank you.
Thank you. Skyland Rasmussen.
On behalf of Superintendent Keith Lewis, I, Skyland Rasmussen, offer my viewpoint as shared by many others, not only as a student at Douglas High School, but a varsity athlete and honor student as well. Lettering in both soccer and basketball over the past years, I personally, along with my peers, have seen the commitment Keith Lewis has to this high school. Unlike the newly elected school board members, Mr. Lewis doesn't only claim that he cares for the students, but he shows it through his dedication, support, and everlasting impact he will hold among the students and staff of Douglas High School. Specifically, the board claims to care about sports within the school, notably girls' sports, our education, and the kids of this school, yet are pushing to alleviate the position of the students and athletes' biggest advocate. After 28 years of being a district employee, including being made superintendent in 2020 and facing some of the most difficult tasks during the pandemic, Mr. Lewis continues to put the kids of Douglas County over all else, providing the best solutions to each and every problem he faces. Not only is Mr. Lewis dedicated to his school, but activities surrounding the community. He is part of the Carson Valley Basketball Association, which I personally play for, and proves his dedication to the growth and success of each and every one of us. Keith's positive actions in this high school and within this community speak for themselves and always will. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I understand time is of the essence right here, but may I ask that we please not ding or shorten the time of our students who are speaking? It's hard enough for them to get up here and speak versus having a timer or shortening their speaking limit.
Absolutely. And we just discussed that. Yes. Thank you.
That is the president's prerogative, so she did do that. I have to do it for the simple fact, if I don't, and she doesn't say anything, then I get accusations from others that I let them go on. She's got the right to call that. I don't. Thank you.
Riley Lovick. Riley.
Hi, my name is Riley Lovick, and I'd like to speak on behalf of Keith Lewis and the students of Douglas High School. You claim to care about kids, you claim to care about especially girls. Specifically, you claim to care about our education. Yet, you pushed out our biggest advocate of student athletes and educators in Mr. Lewis. And unlike this board, he doesn't have to just say he cares about us because he shows us, the students of this school, every day. The students of Douglas High School want Susan Jansen, David Burnett, Catherine Dickerson, and Joey Gilbert to resign. You don't care about us. You don't care about us, our teachers, or our community. No matter what you say, your actions speak for themselves. Thank you for your time.
Stephanie Holiday.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Halliday. I'm a mother of two of a Douglas County School District. I am also a licensed mental health professional in this community. I am absolutely against this mutual termination of Keith Lewis. This board's agenda has put a mental health crisis on our kids in this community. They are not only afraid for themselves, but they are afraid for their friends. They have nobody to reach out to. Keith Lewis supported them regardless of their background, regardless of their choices, regardless of their political beliefs. He supported every one of our children. This board is going to continue to put this community in a mental health crisis if we do not stop this. And I do agree with everybody that the not so Fab Four need to leave.
Karen Lamb.
Nobody in this room be surprised if I forgot my name too today. So, for the record, Karen Lamb. Keith Lewis is not perfect. I would never claim that. I hate to break it to everyone here in the room, but you're not perfect either. Our teachers and staff aren't perfect, however, that's not what we expect, right? As board, you have expected grace through your missteps. I hope we all get that chance. What I do know is that the intentions and knowledge of our staff from custodial to district office is one of progress, hard work, and dedication. For many of us, one inspiration of this dedication to education is Keith Lewis. I have known Keith since I was a teenager working kids club and he was a PE teacher. And watching him grow as an educator and leader and walk through all levels of this district inspired me, especially because one of my core values is loyalty, staying Douglas County strong. Keith has taught and fought for kids in as many roles as possible, and I love that. I've watched Keith give everything he had to everyone around him for 28 years. He is someone who made me see the incredible gift of this job, the possibilities and importance of connection, and the value of being a leader in every area of your life, even when it wasn't the easiest thing to do, and even when you don't do your best. To tell you that I've always agreed with him would be false. What I can tell you is I've never doubted he was doing what he believed was best for kids, a covenant of public education and a covenant I hold true. To Keith, I hope you know how truly incredible you are as a role model and leader, and I hope you know that no matter what, I will always be standing in your corner as a loyal fan. And to everyone out there claiming my colleagues and friends and family are fear-mongering activists and the latest a crap show apparently, I hope you are afforded the grace that you haven't given the amazing employees of Douglas County School District and Keith Lewis.
Thank you, Karen. Leslie Holcomson.
Leslie Hokinson for the record, 20-year resident of Minden and a very extremely concerned citizen. There are lots of openings in Douglas County schools. The problem for all these openings, some considered at a critical shortage for school teachers, is that 4 of the 7 school board members want to hand over all the money to their new attorney, Joey Gilbert, but it's for the good of the students. Incidentally, no mention of the school children, the underpaid school teachers, and no oversight on these school board members. only their political agenda and that of Joey Gilbert. And yet the name calling, yelling at anyone who doesn't endorse their agenda, woke, communists, Marxists, fascists, that's rich. I just can't wait for the next meeting for Virginia Scarrett's next name calling tirade. The worst thing I call her is the little old lady with the bun. And the saddest name calling of the board, President Jensen calling people concerned pieces of shit. The school board meetings are delightful up to 8 hours of crazy, and the only person making a killing is Joey Gilbert, going to bankrupt the Douglas County schools and the poor students. Between the 4 rabid board members and the Piranha Gilbert, the ship is sinking in Douglas County and all the children are drowning. Wake up, people, and throw these kids life vests. They're going to be going down faster than the Titanic, just like the previous
Thank you, Leslie. You're done.
attorneys and Mr. Lewis did.
Thank you.
I have lots more to say, but since we've been short,
Okay, officer.
somebody yield their time later so I can finish, please.
Bob McNamara.
I guess for the record, Bob McNamara. I understand that Mr. Lewis signed a mutual agreement. And quite frankly, I don't understand it. And maybe there's something that I'm missing. NRS 391-110, I believe, which covers the dismissal of a superintendent, does stipulate that you can remove with cause. There's nothing that says you can do it without cause. So what gives you the authority to do such? That is extreme power. Do you understand that? And quite frankly, one could argue that is abuse of power. That is power that you as a board should never, ever have. Have you read your bylaws? Do you know your bylaws? Article 2, powers, Section 2. The Board of Trustees exists by virtue of and derives its powers from the Constitution and the acts of the legislature of the state of Nevada and rules and regulations of the State Board of Education, and shall, as the agent of the state in carrying out the will of the people in this district in the matter of public education. You have a responsibility to comply with the NRS. You have a responsibility to do what the majority of the residents want you to do. You are elected officials. I highly suggest, Counselor, you review with these folks NRSs that pertain to misconduct and abuse of power. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Bennington. Yeah, sir.
Do you two have anything to say to that, being you guys did this together? Well, it's kind of important that they understand. Okay.
Everything we did was law.
I'm sorry, it's very relevant.
It's okay. It's law.
How much is it gonna cost us?
Mary Bennington. Ginger Nicolay Davis. So people are putting their names on more than one thing. Well, there's nothing. Uh-huh. Oh, you want someone online?
Just take a few.
Okay, go ahead.
Maddie Kennedy, it's your turn to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Madeline Kennedy for the record, and I'm a DHS student and student athlete. Currently, I am at North Valley High School cheering on our football team as they play against North Valley tonight. I would just like to say that I commend all my fellow classmates and peers who have spoken tonight, and I would like to offer my sincerest disappointment that Superintendent Lewis has been mutually terminated. Well, this agenda item is even up for consideration. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Jamie Lozano.
I missed my call earlier,
My name is Jamie Lazaneo. I have a preschool child enrolled in Douglas County School District, and I have a second grader enrolled in Douglas County School District. I don't want to get off track, so I'm just going to read this. Many of us are transplants and have seen what has happened in California. Many of us were drawn to this area because our sheriff is revered, we can have our guns, there is low crime, and we are a conservative majority. CRT is not being taught in our schools. Whatever small population of trans students we have, it is because it's a fact of life in 2023. There isn't district-wide glorifying of any alternative lifestyles here like you may see in more liberal areas. The new board members have an extreme right agenda with financial backing whose interest goes beyond Douglas County School District. There is zero concern for the true health and well-being of generations of Valley children. These kids have just barely gotten over lockdowns, masks, plexiglass. Appointing an acting superintendent is going to destabilize this entire district. Every facet of this district will be affected. The reckless spending you are doing will result in cuts that directly affect my children, my teachers, my staff. It could dwarf the potential of thousands of children. We are the best district in one of the lowest ranked states in the country.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just going to finish.
I'd like you to, no, I'd like
We
you to
are
be
the best
finished.
district and one of the lowest.
Please leave the microphone now. Okay, what's your name? What? Is that allowed?
Our,
okay, I'll allow it.
Our kids and community are going to pay for this in more ways than one. These board members, Joey Gilbert and Kira, have no moral compass. Honestly, I prefer that they be publicly accosted, refuse service, and uncomfortable everywhere they go in this county.
Violence is not okay. Thank you.
I didn't say violence.
You're done. You're done. Thank you, officer.
This is an abuse of power.
I'd like
our
you to
district
please
has
leave.
been hijacked and you're holding our kids hostage. I'm curious to know if we're going to be billed for the hour
Officer,
that you
please
didn't even
take
sit
her
in
out.
this meeting. You need to start your own law firm and get out from underneath his desk.
Anisi Scosa.
As you can see, I'm injured. I've been injured, but I was doing fine until I walked right in this room. And I think it was because of Satan. And secondly, my name is Ansi Scasa. I'm a 5th generation Nevada rancher, and so is my husband. Our kids are 6th generations on both sides. I'm a local business owner, and so are most of my family. I have family and friends that are teachers here in this valley. My kids go to school here. I'm a Christian and a conservative, but I do not agree with what you are doing and what you are doing going about it. I have lived here for all of my life and generations before me. Trust me about change. I don't like it either. I don't want to see it any more than you do, but you're going it about all the wrong way. Okay? You have come in like a wrecking ball, and there's no way to fix it. You're unpopular with most of the community. Now you're just going to keep having to fight us. That's going to cost a lot. And we are not going to stop until you're gone. And secondly, if I was ever going to hire a attorney, I would hire him. Definitely, he's awesome. And if I ever had to deal with anything that I had going on in my life, I would hire you. But I wouldn't hire you in this situation. You're a pit bull. I like you. He's not. This is not the place for you. But I respect you.
She's cute. Margaret Von Ruff.
For the record, I am Margaret Von Rumpf, 27-year veteran speech language pathologist, 23 years in Douglas County. I am not here to talk about those of you that want the demise of one of the best superintendents I have worked under in 3 different districts. I'm here to talk about the legacy of Mr. Keith Lewis, the support that he has from his beautiful wife and his 4 kids. I'm sure you know where you were on 9/11. I was in schools with Keith Lewis. I watched personally how he managed the emotions all over the board that kids were facing and families were facing beautifully because he cares. He took that morality and decency, and I hope you hear this. He took that and he moved forward, not because he wants power, but because he loves this community, as does his wife and kids. Yes, I am a speech therapist. I speak on behalf, I feel, for those that don't have a voice, as does Mr. Lewis, and he is the lasting legacy.
Thank you. Melinda Desjardins. How about online? Oh, okay, great. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. I come to you today as a 20-year resident of Douglas County and a parent that has had children in the school district for 12 years. Although I know I can't be here today, I would like to thank Mr. Lewis for all that he's done for this community and this school district. In my time here, I have known Keith in many capacities as a principal, a coach, an administrator, a carpool buddy to get our kids back and forth to basketball practices, and a friend. I run into Keith often in the community, whether it was cheering for the high school football team on a Friday night, supporting the graduates at high school and middle school graduations, or the elementary school where I volunteered. Over the years, I have come to understand and appreciate what an incredible leader he is. A leader that was never content with the status quo, was constantly striving to make improvements, and above all, always had the best interests of this children in the school district in mind. Unfortunately, I think it's some of those same qualities are what ultimately led to his departure as superintendent. Providing credible challenge to decisions made by this board and representing the views of teachers and students in the district, this board essentially led this board to essentially strip him of the ability to do his job. I know that no one will be able to fill Keith's shoes, but my hope, my ask, my demand is that this board and the new superintendent continue to build the legacy left by Keith of lifting up our students and teachers, not tearing them down, and taking this district down a path we can't recover from. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bob McNamara. Nick Mayer. Is this for public comment? Okay. Yeah, I saw him. He's here.
Nick Mayer for the record. Superintendent Keith Lewis has stated that he cannot work with the new school board, so he is resigning. This is his decision, and it's the ethical and honorable thing to do. I thank him for his service. The Nevada revised statutes give specific powers to the school board. These powers cannot be delegated to another entity. Unfortunately, past Douglas County school boards have delegated certain of their authorities to the superintendent, and thus the Douglas County School Board is out of compliance with NRS regulations and Nevada law. The new board in the last school board meeting took the first step to get Douglas County School Board back into compliance with NRS regulations by rescinding specific bylaws changes that were made by past boards. I'm assuming that everyone in the community wants a school board that is in compliance with the law. I thank the school board for addressing this compliance issue and encourage the school board members to jealously guard the authority vested in them by the Nevada revised statutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone online?
Yes. Brianne Madsen, you're up.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
For the record, my name is Brianne Madsen, and I would like to say that this community cannot stand idly by while this school board majority destroys our school district. This is a call to action, as others today have, to organize, to act, to speak up, to vote, to involve our neighbors, family, and friends. We need to act now. This is a matter of education. This is my kids' education. I have 2 kids in our district here. This is our kids' education. This board majority does not support education, nor does it support teachers. I have spoken personally to many teachers and administrators, and every single one of them is disheartened by this decision to remove Superintendent Keith Lewis. Let the teachers teach. Let the educators educate. Let the administrators administrate. They have been doing a fine job before this school board was voted in. We demand that this board get back to the matter of education and stop these dangerous political games. I do not believe that you can accomplish this task. So I ask for your resignation from the board and actually demand it. Jansen, Burns, Dickerson, and Engelkirk, we demand that you resign, and please take Mr. Gilbert with you.
Thank you. Haley, is there more?
Yes, we have 2 more.
Okay.
Settlemeyer, you're up. Go ahead.
Hello, thank you. My name is Sabrina Settlemeyer. I'm a current pre-med neuroscience student at UNR, and I graduated from Douglas last year. And since hearing from students, parents, and teachers alike, I felt the need to speak up. From the hiring of hyperpartisan politicians to the termination of beneficial pillars of this school's community, I think it's time we reflect on our values. So, what's more valuable to you? Superintendents who understand our school system and community and communicate with students, or expensive attorneys who run for public office, giving any observant individual the idea that their school district isn't really all that nonpartisan? What's more valuable to you? Representing your community or representing the political agenda of a very small minority of very loud people who seek to impede our children's abilities to learn and our teachers' abilities to teach? Even if you don't have the answers to those questions, other members of this community do. And I can assure you, they are very different than yours. And to circle back to my reflection piece, Let's all take a moment to reflect on whether or not our school board's values really align with ours. Because from your from your recent actions, I sure don't think they do. I am disappointed and saddened. Let teachers teach and let students learn. Keep politics of all kinds out of our schools. Thank you.
Haley, one more. Go ahead.
Melissa Roos, you're up. Go ahead and unmute, Melissa.
Hello, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, Melissa, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Melissa Rouse. I'm a parent of a child and a future child in the district. I wanted to comment on my opposition on this agenda item. My son started kindergarten in 2020 and never missed a day of school during COVID under Mr. Lewis's leadership. I really hope that I think my husband and I will have to decide whether or not we keep our children in this district, given the current climate. I'm very concerned for the teachers and the faculty of this district giving this agenda item. And I'm just wanted to voice that today. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that all online? Madison Huckinen.
I'm a sixth-generation Native Nevadan. My ancestors started this valley. I'm a fourth-generation teacher. I'm expecting my first child in March, who will be the third generation to go through DCSD. Mr. Lewis was my principal at Powwalu and helped me through many challenging times. Doug referred to this poem in July, and I've rewritten it for tonight's setting. First, you came for the NFP, and the majority spoke against you, but you did not listen. Then you came for the law firm, and the majority spoke against you, but you did not listen. Then you came for the HR director, and the majority spoke against you, but you did not listen. Then you came for the superintendent, and the majority is speaking against you, and you are not listening. Who or what are you going to come for next? Thank you.
Garrett LaPipe. Garrett La. Heather Kluver. John Appolito.
My name is John Appolito. I'm a former K-12 teacher of 6 years and the president of Protect Nevada Children. You can find 1,500 of us on Facebook at Protect Nevada Children. Thank you to all the board members. It's a tough day to be a board member. Superintendent Lewis sounds like a great man and a good leader. And there are two people here whom I have a great deal of respect for who support the resignation of Mr. Lewis. After 3 hours, I'm still not exactly sure what happened to get the district to this point. Question, does all this boil down to the previous quote? Quote, children do not belong to their parents. I'm not sure if it does or not, but what concerns me the most is the lack of decorum and respect of some of the DCSD teachers in this room that they've shown today to people with whom they disagree. These are not the kind of teachers I would want any of my 4 kids to be in class with. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Tarlow.
For the record, Michelle Tarlow. I'm the parent of a 2023 DHS graduate and a current DHS freshman. It's a very sad time for our community. The loss of Keith Lewis as superintendent will be felt in every classroom, by every child and every teacher. Keith Lewis is Douglas County School District. His dedication to this school district for over 28 years cannot be replaced. Keith, thank you so much for your years of service to our school and community. Now, since some of you tuned me out, I'll speak to our community at large. The majority of this school board does not represent this community well. They do not represent my child well. The political coup they have launched on our Douglas County schools is disgraceful. They have turned our county into a laughingstock. The new legal representation they selected is a joke, a very, very expensive joke. This isn't a room full of Marxists or communists, poor losers or left extremists. This room is full of very concerned citizens, parents, grandparents, teachers, taxpayers. We as a community owe our teachers, our children, and administrators, and especially Keith Lewis, an apology. We allowed these people to get into office. They brought fear. They perpetuated fear in our community, and that did not exist before. What you see today is anger and sadness. And frankly, now is the time for our community to be fearful.
Thank you, ma'am.
Of you.
Thank you.
I'm calling for your resignation.
Thank you. Mia Mayer.
Hi, my name is Mia, and I am a sixth grader at CVMS. I am disappointed in the school board for firing Mr. Lewis, and you're going to lose an amazing asset. He's an amazing superintendent, and you won't find anyone better than him. I got to do my Say Something Epic speech in front of him in 4th grade, and he still remembers me from this day. He even says hi and waves at me when we see each other outside of school. Every single time that I've emailed him for a school event, he has responded and came. He's very involved with the community and district. To be honest, I'm appalled that you guys are going to fire him. It seems like you guys are making decisions based on what you believe and what you think is best. But what about the students? Do you even think about the students? What about listening to the students and teachers? Thank you.
Thank you. Jill Meyer. Jill Meyer.
Jill Mayer for the record. I am a graduate of the Douglas County School District. I have 2 children that go to, or students in the Douglas County School District, one of which just spoke a lot more eloquently than me. Keith Lewis has been one of the best superintendents this school district has ever had. He's dedicated his entire career, 28 years, to making this a stronger school district, and he has positively impacted so many lives here. He's engaged and dedicated to our teachers, students, parents, and the community, and he's loved and respected by all. He came into this position right before the pandemic. I can't even imagine how difficult that was, and he handled it so competently and thoughtfully, communicating with parents every step of the way, asking for feedback and opening up dialogue so we as parents felt heard. He also knew how important it was for the students to come back to in-person learning, so we opened schools as quickly as possible while also giving parents and students an option for remote learning if they weren't quite comfortable coming back just yet. He also had to deal with one of the worst winters we've ever had in this valley, and he would get up at 4 a.m. each morning and personally drive the bus routes to see if they were safe for buses to transport the students. We will never find a superintendent so dedicated to this school district, and I'm just appalled by the fact that you would force his resignation. It's truly terrible that he has to be the sacrificial lamb in this case, but if one positive thing comes out of this, it's the fact that this community is paying attention and we will fight for our students. Nothing brings a small community together like someone trying to hurt our children. And due to your complete incompetence, your fiscal irresponsibility, and complete disregard for the well-being of our children, I'm formally asking for the resignation of Trustee Jansen, Trustee Burns, Trustee Dickerson, and Trustee Engelkirk. Thank you.
Kelly Benoit. Is there a Kelly Benoit? Okay, thank you.
Kelly Benoit for the record. Oh, I got to calm myself down. A little agitated. My family has proudly lived in Carson Valley for 23 years. My 3 children graduated from Douglas High School with a great education and are thriving. I myself worked for the school district for 10 years, and I've never been to a school board meeting. In fact, until this board was elected, I never felt I had to. It is common sense that for a town to thrive, it must attract young families. Young families who will research school districts before moving and realize that Douglas County School District is currently a shit show. Teachers and parents with school-aged children should not be the only ones fighting this fight. To your supporters, to the supporters of this current school board, I cannot help but notice the majority of you are retired and have no children or grandchildren in this district. But think about this. Who is going to take care of you when Douglas County School District cannot attract, or Douglas County, sorry, cannot attract doctors, nurses, physical therapists? You get the idea. I call for the resignation of Dave Burns, Susie Jansen, Catherine Dickerson, and Joey Gilbert.
Romy Cronin Mack.
I cede my time to Susan Albert. I'm probably good. As you can imagine, it's difficult for me to be there here in front of you. I'm Romy Cronin Mack. I'm a retired Douglas County School District Executive Director. I am a lifelong Douglas County resident. My father and my mother both were educators in this district. My father served 35 years, 20 of those as human resources. Shame on you. I am just appalled. I cannot believe that I'm here today and that you have driven out one of the most respected superintendents in the state of Nevada, a man who has dedicated his life to these students, and none of the 3 of you have taken the time to understand this district, the people that you represent, the children, the schools, the parents, the community. As Mr. Swisher pointed out earlier, I know that I have no clout with you. This has been your plan all along, was to get rid of Superintendent Keith Lewis. It's always been your plan. You don't care what we, the educators, think. These poor people who are here and have been here for hours like you are, and I know you're tired, Mr. Burns, but look at me. Shame on you. And shame on you, Mr. Engelkirk, who I sat beside. And although we disagreed, we often came to consensus and agreed to disagree so we could move things forward to the betterment of this district and these children. And you have been infiltrated by this group and now can't even think for yourself. Shame on you. When you spoke earlier, it was obvious you don't think firing Mr. Lewis is a good idea, yet you can't stand up to this group. Shame on you. Shame on all of you. We deserve a better board. We deserve a better board. I demand the resignation of Miss Catherine Dickerson, Mr. David Burns, Miss Susan Jansen, and Mr. Doug Engelkirk. Shame on you and what you have done to the schools in Douglas County. You better have a plan because you've got a lot of people grieving. You better have a plan. Shame on you.
Thank you.
Anybody else online?
Okay. Okay, that's the end of this round of comments.
we're going to call the motion.
I'd like to make a comment first. Can I make a comment?
Of course.
Okay. We put out an RFP for legal representation, and Joey Gilbert responded to that. And he had a fee schedule and everything. I didn't vote for him because I didn't like the fee schedule. So I work for thousands of attorneys worldwide, my company did. And they go by billable hours. And by having a meeting now and next week, and wherever we have a meeting and it goes on for 10 hours, Mr. Gilbert and his law firm can do billable hours. That's the way he makes his living. So it's not his fault that this goes on forever. It's not his fault. We hired him. So as far as that goes, I wanted everybody to know, how attorneys are how they work. So the second thing is we could be more responsible for our budget. Instead of having this special meeting, we could have had the meeting next week and did this all next week and saved this money today. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Okay. Go ahead.
Susan, I would like to have make a comment too.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to take a moment and to pass on from Mr. Lewis, who has been listening to all of this, is incredible. He's been deeply humbled and very, very thankful for all of the support of these community members. And he is sad that he's not able to be here today, but he asked that I pass that on.
Thank you. Mr. Engelkirk.
Okay, I have a I apologize for, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I apologize for not being there today. I had a trip planned back east for 2 months and I couldn't change it. That's why I'm on Zoom. I've listened to all the comments, read all the emails, and deeply contemplated the actions set before us today. I've worked with Mr. Lewis for coming on 3 years. I appreciate the hard work and effort he's put forth in the district. I am concerned with the way things are going in our nation, and that is why I was in support of removing our legal counsel and hiring Joey Gilbert Law, because I didn't see a willingness of our old legal counsel to offer constructive legal advice. On the issue before us today, I see a divided board and a badgered superintendent. What can be done? I'm concerned with the costs that we will pay to remove our current superintendent. I'm also concerned with the health of Mr. Lewis. I'm deeply torn on this issue as I want our board to be able to work with our superintendent, and Mr. Lewis doesn't seem to want to do that. I found myself in a very unenviable position. I came on the board and was outvoted on many issues I brought forward for 2 years. At the last election, I was joined by 3 that were supportive of some of what I felt were important agenda items. But I don't really see a viable way forward. But since this has been forced on me, I think what needs to happen is for us as a board to work together with our new legal counsel and our current superintendent to move forward together. So I plan to vote against this agenda item.
He said he's voting against terminating.
What do you do with a superintendent that says he doesn't want to work with the board? I mean, that's irrelevant. No, thank you. No, thank you. Yeah. I was actually talking.
All right, well, I'm gonna let,
I would, Madam Chair, I would question if there is another sign up sheet because I was on the sign up sheet to talk right now in this one. Okay. So would you like me to go? Okay. For the record, my name is Colleen Lawrence. For this particular matter, I have a master's in strategic leadership. I have an executive juris doctorate with a specialization in education. I have 20 years in public policy. I understand transformational leadership and the inner working of public boards. Mr. Lewis has displayed transformational leadership competency over his 30 years tenure. You as a board have an opportunity to learn from the talent within. As leadership is about evolving, it requires listening to internal stakeholders, teachers, students, and administration. It depends on listening to external stakeholders, such as hosting workshops and posting informational meetings prior to large policy and procedure changes. This is what we actually do in public boards and at the legislature. Communication. It is not whether you as a board member determines your communication is sufficient. It is whether the stakeholder is able to access, provide adequate feedback, and be heard, such as timing of meetings, encouraging stakeholders to attend, and participation. This is more than meeting the bare minimum of the requirements of open meeting law. We can all do that. It's about transformational change. So what I want to say is something about the numbers. We've all heard the test numbers. That's okay. But there's other numbers out there that we need to look at. The average daily attendance, 92% for our kids. The amount of credit deficiency average, we're 6 to 10% higher and better for the lower than the state average. The graduation rate of Douglas, 84%. The state advanced diploma, see, I put my own ringer. It's okay, Mr. Burns. The Douglas average diploma, this is key. The state is 32% of advanced diploma rates. Douglas County is 97% of advanced diploma rates. Do you know what that means? Give a hand to those kids over there. Those are AP kids. Douglas County, 97%. Test scores, they don't mean diddly, guys. It's our diploma rates and what do our kids do when they get to that 12th hour, okay? Our teacher average daily attendance, 94.9%. Our teachers show up, okay? Our teachers show up and our kids graduate with honors. This is what you have to look at, not test scores. And this becomes because of leadership and transformational change. In the last 10 years, our education system has gone through the largest transformational change. And if you want to have discussions about that, let's talk. Have workshops. Listen to your stakeholders. Listen internally. Listen external. If you're scared of CRT, let's talk. Don't do blasting changes where you haven't talked. Bring your counsel, have a discussion. I'd love to have a discussion with counsel. I do it all day long. You have great counsel. Talk. Don't do sweeping changes. As far as Mr. Lewis, I understand why he's done this, and I wish him the best of luck, because let me tell you, in the consulting field, we'll take him in a heartbeat. Thank you.
Courtney, go ahead. We can't hear you, Courtney.
Hello, are you talking to me?
Yes, we're talking to you. Okay, we can hear you now.
Okay, well, my name isn't Courtney. I don't know why Courtney came up, but my name is Sherry Jackson Higgins, and I have been a retired teacher for about a year and a half, 26 of which were in Douglas County. And I just wanted to say, please, please don't make Douglas a mini DC with extreme left and extreme right ideologies, just tearing us apart, because that's what's happening in DC. Money's being burned. Bridges are being burned. Nothing's getting done. Douglas has never been about that. We've always been middle of the road, fair and equitable. And if it's not broken, I'm not sure why you're trying to fix it. Nothing is in stone here. Nothing that I've heard. You can vote no on the resignation. You can tell Keith that you're sorry and you want to get back in the room with him and you can grow up and act like adults. Do your job. Put your egos aside. Keep Mr. Lewis doing what he does best because he's doing a great job. Thank you.
C. Fritzen, it's your turn to talk.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Yeah, I was just watching, and I just listened to Mr. Engelkirk's comments. And immediately following that, I'm trying to listen and see what's going on. And I'm concerned that there may have been some sidebar meetings going on that weren't part of the public record during this open meeting. I'm just curious of how to handle what I couldn't hear. And I'm sure that perhaps there were some other people not hearing what those conversations might have been as well.
Anybody else online? Let's take about at least, well, this is our 30-minute break. 20 minutes? Are we having something to eat? Well, we're going to have something to eat.
Let's hear what Dickerson has to say. Dickerson! You want to hear it? Let Dickerson speak.
What I said was, he already mentioned that he can't work with this board. We have a different vision according to him. So how is it, I just don't see how that works. I've already met with him personally. I met with him personally and said, what can we do? What can we do to lower the temperature and whatever? And no, thank you.
Something I'd like to say too. Can I say something to that? Okay. Okay, thank you. Wow. So, just so you know, I've been keeping track of people talking and what we're doing here. And yeah, I heard 95 people speak to the resignation tonight. They were from teachers, parents, even the kids asked you to resign. I had 9 people speak on the other side, 9, and I don't believe there was one parent, teacher, or student that spoke against. I have to say that Ms. Dickerson said, you know, what can we do? Well, I've got a solution, and I heard it tonight. After hearing from so many of our teachers, parents, and community, I think what we ask for, if you really care about our community, truly care and want to do what's best, honestly what's best. And I say this respectfully, and I say this without malice. And I ask that Trustee Jansen, Burns, Dickerson, and Engelkirk, along with Mr. Gilbert, would consider resigning in order to in order to save our school district. Please, I ask you, I beg you, please, please do what's right. Thank you.
We're on break.
One last thing.
Adjourn to break.
One last thing I want to say is Mr. Lewis would stay as superintendent if they leave, just so you know.
Well, let me make comment to that. Ms. Gilkerson, you were president for 2 years. And in those 2 years, you drew up those very bylaws that were in violation of NRS regulations.
We're not
Doesn't
talking
matter.
about that.
Doesn't
Sorry,
matter.
we're not talking.
You think I'm going to leave because of that? You're wrong.
I think I can give you a resolution, okay? You all have the power to vote. This is America, correct? Okay? Get a petition going, whatever the legalities are, to have a recall election and elect who you want for the board. So that's a good resolution. Thanks.
Okay, not adjourned. We're starting again. Back to order. Okay, we're going to call the vote on the mutual termination of superintendent without cause. Doug, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay. All in favor? Say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Catherine? Doug?
Nay.
Nice. Okay. The motion doesn't carry. All opposed?
Aye, no, nay.
I also
Nay.
say nay as well.
The motion fails 4-3.
You gotta know. Is Lewis gonna accept it?
Number 2 failed.
Okay, so without number 2 passing, we don't need to have number 3, which is in the event of number 2 is appointment of acting superintendent. So that's not relevant. So we're going to go right to public comment.
I'm going to speak though to what I want to say. Can we talk first or no? Is that okay? All right, thank you. I guess I'll go first. So the motion failed. If honestly, if I was going to do what was best for Mr. Lewis, I would have voted yes. I want you to know that. But because I was elected to do what's best for our students, teachers, and school district, I had to vote no. I also want to say, though, because it did fail and because we're still back to where we were before this meeting, that I would like to be able for us all to work together. I really do. I mean, I agreed. Somebody said that Dickerson and Jansen, they do believe that they want what's best for kids. I agree. I think we do. But I have a couple of requests. Like something has to change, right? I mean, it does. It really has to fundamentally change. We have to let Mr. Lewis do his job. He's the head of the school district, even though, all these NRSs and all this stuff that's brought before us, the bylaws, we've got to let those go. We really do. I'm talking. We have to let those go, right? We do. We've got to let him do his job. Our job as a school board member is to fly at 30,000 feet. We're supposed to stay up here. We need to stay in our own lane. We need to make sure that we stay out of the hiring and the firing and the negotiations. We don't have districts have never been involved in this ever. And I bet if you called every school board member back, they'd say the same thing. That's not our role as a school board member. I know people may not agree with me, but I'm just saying that if we truly and honestly in our heart of hearts want to try to work together, we all have to make concessions. All of us. Our lawyer, exactly, me too. Our lawyer, I think you need to step back a little bit. I think you're trying to run the school district, Mr. Gilbert, and that you're an advisor. Excuse me, you're an advisor. You're not the superintendent. That's just my suggestion for all of us to have to make concessions, because you've seen here today the love for Mr. Lewis and this community that wants to keep him. We saw 9 people show up today to talk against him staying as superintendent. And again, I'll reiterate, the 9 people are not parents. They're not only, but they're taxpayers. But the people that sit here are our teachers. Go between the next meeting, please just go into the school and say, hey, what do you want us to do? What do you want us to do? Do you want us to? The meeting still goes on. I don't know who's making noise. Anyways, I'm just saying, please do your duty. Go talk to the teachers. Start there. Start with the teachers. You can go talk to the kids. Lots of great stories. You need to embrace it. You need to know what a great person you heard these things today. And I really not only hope you heard them, but that you heard them in your heart. Honestly, thank you.
The reason that I said yay is I feel in my heart of hearts that Keith really feels that it's a burden for him to try to work with a board that does not share some of his views. And it was really only because I thought it's what Keith wanted. Thank you. It's okay. Do you want the truth from me? Because that's the truth.
Okay, let's start public comment with Jack. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, it's not so wounded that it can't be healed. People are people. Everybody has political ideals. We have to take politics back a step. This is no place for it. I told you I was a Republican. I am conservative, but you don't bring those types of things into public education. You don't spend other people's money on your own personal convictions. He's not your personal lawyer. Okay, well, I'm not saying, I'm just saying that the board is using him in that fashion. I see it happening. So I'm not talking directly to you. Just please let me speak. Okay, govern. I said it before, I said it again. We're here to govern this district. He's here to advise us if we have legal issues, and the superintendent runs this district. So why don't we just step back, slow down, and bring all the issues that we want to bring as individuals and talk them out and vote on them. But it doesn't happen in 7 months. This is the slowest process on earth, but it's the way it's supposed to be run. And you want to get in trouble with the law, just keep doing what you're doing. No, hold on. We went by NRS the entire time I've been on this board, 5.5 years, and I've never been put in jail. Okay, so I think these people would have came after me if that was
Okay,
the
maybe
case.
it wasn't known, but there was some discrepancies. But let me just say this. This has been very content. Why were you looking at me and talking to me? Because you wanted me to get a point. No, I'm not against you. But when people say you're political, I want to make something very clear. I don't care if it's Democrat, Republican, Independent. I have certain things that morally inform my decisions. And that's the way I am in everything I do in my life. So it has nothing to do with trying to bring politics and MAGA and everything into the school. You need to understand that is the absolute truth. And I will never
So-
step back from that.
And
What I
okay,
think is morally
and,
right
and
for
I,
children.
and I honor what you're saying.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want for the record that I will never sit here and agree to anything that does not line up with the NRS and the state laws. And we have had them. We have been dealing with those. They were last November and December. They were passed bylaws that did not line up with the NRS laws. So I'm not going to be caught when the state does something. I am, for the record, I am definitely against anything that violates NRS laws. That is where I stand. Doesn't matter anything else. I will not violate the laws.
And Dave, just to be very clear, I will not break laws and I will not discriminate. Those are the two things I will not do. So I appreciate that.
I'll say that. Joey is not running the show. He's our attorney. He's acting as our attorney. He is so overwhelmed by all the actions against us that keeps him and Kira busy 24/7. With that being said, is it okay if we go to public comment? So Jackie Hostler, Jackie Hostler. Okay. Chris Jezek. Okay, well, this is a time to read the book.
We have what, how much time?
She has the same, a minute and a half. Okay, you can have two because you're smiling.
I usually do.
Just give her two.
Give her two.
So just to recap, can everyone hear me? Oh, Chris Jezik, Jacks Valley Elementary School. I'm an instructional coach.
Chris, wait until everybody's quiet because I can't hear you. If they don't. Thank you.
So just to recap the story, I read children's books. I love children's books, and I think they teach us valuable lessons. This is a parable about the swans and the peacocks noticing their differences and becoming fearful of one another and then responding in panic. They panic and they respond in fear. So we left off where one day a swan flew high over the peacocks, bearing in her beak a reed for nest making. The peacocks, in a panic, mistook it for an arrow and gathered their forces, bore swiftly down upon the lake. But the swan, seeing them coming, made ready. Soon cries filled the air and blood darkened the earth. A cloud of feathers rose into the sky and haunted the sun. Of all the birds, not one remained alive. Silence hung over the gardens and over the lake. Then in the shadows of the garden, an egg hatched and a small bird staggered out into the blood-stained stillness. Among the reeds beside the lake, a second egg hatched and another small bird teetered out into the ruins. They stumbled towards each other, alive with curiosity and trust. "You're just like me," said the first. "You have feathers and 2 legs." "You're just like me," said the second. "You have a head and 2 eyes." "Shall we be friends?" asked the first. "Most certainly," replied the second. And so off they went together, in peace and unafraid to face the day and share the world. So the book, the parable, obviously about tolerance and divisiveness. And when we divide, you're going to destroy our community. You're going to destroy our school district. The only hope is that we still have our children, and they need to be the heart of these decisions. And I don't think they're the heart of the decision. Our motto in Douglas County is all students count and every moment matters. And we need to stand firm with that. Thank you.
Me too. I feel that way. Okay. Kristen Miller. Okay. Well, that's all I have. I have Madison, Hukkanen. How do you say that? Oh, okay. Pass on Madison. Thank you. Okay, take the ones online. I don't have the list anymore, so it's over there.
Scott Morris.
Thank you, sweetie.
Please go ahead. Scott Morris, if you want to unmute yourself, you're up.
Thank you, dear.
Okay, let's go to the next. Jenkins, go ahead. Jenkins, you're muted. Saul Goodman, you're up. Saul, can you unmute yourself?
Can you hear me? We're good. Okay, I just want to start and say I'm so thankful I graduated already and I don't have to deal with any of this because, oh my God, this is terrible. And as someone who taught a preschool in this community, it's so scary to think that these kids that I've sat with for hours and hours, teaching them how to respect others, are going to grow up and go to high school and be taught the opposite. And I think the turning point for me was when, you know, I tell people about this and they're in the Republican Party, or you hear people talk about the reasons they came to Douglas County, and those reasons are more Republican leading. But they see this and they see this as something completely different. This is not the Republican Party. This is something so far from it. And it's scary. It's so scary. And I really just hope that it's clear to everyone in this audience that this mutual decision between the superintendent and the board was not as mutual as we want to make it out to be. And it was not this, oh, we can agree to disagree kind of thing. Because I think we see the board's power, and I think we see how much they're trying to take away from the superintendent. And I hope we can see right through that. And I just urge the students to keep fighting for what they think is right, because this is so bad. This is so scary. And I'm so overwhelmed with how many people showed up tonight. And I'm so thankful that we live in a community where we have teachers that inspire students to do this. And those teachers are going to leave if this right-wing agenda keeps getting passed. Those teachers are going to leave, and you will be left with students who don't have inspiring teachers. So I'm just urging the students to keep fighting and keep showing up, because this is what matters. Thank you.
Susan Minor.
Leslie Hokinson. What I read earlier, I had submitted to the paper, and I asked Kurt not to change my wording, because when you submit anything to the paper around here, you have to sign away your rights to keep everything that you say. They want to change a lot of things, which is really pretty sad. But this time I said, no, I'm not changing a word. So I posted it on Facebook. But here I am today at this graceful meeting, and I did get to say what I was going to put in the paper. I wrote this before thinking that the results were going to be different. I'm so thankful they're not, but I don't think this is going to be anywhere near the end of it. But anyway, by the way of the majority of this board are so concerned about the students, and I wrote this before the vote tonight, why not leave Superintendent Lewis in for the term of his contract? You have to pay him a year's salary for severance. Let's total that up, about 180,000. I could be off about that amount. The extra 2,500 a month for Gilbert, and that's another 30,000. And what we know of the other costs from the last month to additional fees to Gilbert, which many pointed out at the last meeting may not be binding, comes to my conservative estimation of 228,000. That's a hell of a cost. But as the board says, it's for the children. No, it's for a political agenda by some of the board, the Scarretts, and the only one making out is the con man.
Thank you,
Gilbert.
Leslie.
Would somebody else yield time?
No,
and I'm signed up too.
You're not on this list.
I signed up.
Mr. Gilbert, can you look at item 4? Because that says 2 minutes.
I thought it was a minute and a half. Okay, you have 30, you have,
Okay.
you have
If
30
the
seconds.
citizens of Douglas County think any of this is for the kids, you'd better wake up and smell the roses, because they are withering and the thorns are cutting into every school child, parent, and teachers and concerned citizens. It looks to me like everyone is going to need a transfusion, and I don't think there's going to be enough blood or money to go around.
Adam Lazar. Lazier.
Hi, my name's Adam Lazier. I'd still like to call on the resignation of Burns, Dickerson, and Jansen. And the reason is that you've had an agenda to get rid of Keith Lewis since well back in 2022, because I fully believe Mr. Marty Swisher, who's here, and he's my former boss, and he's a man of integrity, and I trust his word, and I trust his research that he's done. And he's come to numerous board meetings and presented evidence that you guys have had this plan. And so if you choose not to resign, if you insist on staying because you were duly elected, then I encourage you to at least dump the national agenda that you're working under. You're working under a national playbook to come into public schools and to take them over and to instill these type of right-wing extremist views throughout public schools. This is a national playbook that you guys are following. And Miss Dickerson, you're looking at me like you don't know what I'm talking about, but it's ridiculous because you totally do. This has been a playbook that you've been operating under, and you've been funded by the likes of Nick Mayer and the local Republican Party and the other folks that got you in here. And so if you insist on staying, at least I expect you to operate above board. Stop trying to make little deals between yourselves and the other board member, Mr. Engelkirk, to pass what you want to pass on the side, and bring things above board to public meetings and talk about them openly, as opposed to this sidebar stuff that you guys have been doing since well before you were elected in office. And the evidence is clear and it's been presented.
Thank you, sir. Piper Spawn. Piper Spawn.
Hi, I'm Piper Spoor, and I'm a freshman at Douglas High School. Keith Lewis has done nothing but support and give leadership to this community. He's always been there for us, the students, putting our futures first and dedicating these 28 years to providing the best for everyone. I've seen how he loves his own children, and he shares that love with all of us. Last year at my 8th grade graduation, it was very obvious that he wanted to be there for all of us. It didn't seem at all like he was there just because he needed to be. Keith Lewis only wants the best for this community of students, teachers, parents, and Douglas County community. I think you're all making the right decision to keep Keith Lewis as our superintendent, and if he's willing to even come back and work for this community, we all know that if this comes back to your political agenda, you will see many students and staff leaving. Thank you.
Thank you. Jen Spoor. Jen Spoor.
Thank you. That was my daughter, Piper. And I have another daughter here. She's a sophomore on the varsity volleyball team. And I have been sitting here this entire time, and I have two older daughters who also graduated from Douglas High. And I've been sitting here this whole time wondering if I am even going to be able to keep my children in this district, to be really honest with you. It breaks my heart because 20 years ago, when my daughter, who's 19 now, well, actually, when she was 2, we decided to move specifically to this valley because of this district and how amazing this district was. And we went to a church and we met 2 teachers, my husband and I. We met 2 teachers who worked in this district, and we were both teachers. So we said, where hypothetically, if we were going to move here, where would we want to move? They're like, Douglas County for sure. So you know what? We chose to move here from Southern California for this district. And here I am sitting in this audience wondering, do I need to pull my kids out of this district now? And I worked for this district. I was a gifted and talented teacher in this district. I love this district. I love this valley. You guys, please get into your heart. I'm wearing my Dude Be Nice shirt tonight because I need you guys to get along and be kind and take personal responsibility for your own behavior. That's all I got. But please just look into your heart. What are you doing? Thank you.
Thank you. May Hyatt.
Does it bother you that this sign is up? Thanks. Doesn't bother them. I achieved their consent. They consented to it. Thank you. My name is May Hyatt. I have 2 children in the district, one in Carson Valley Middle and one at Douglas High School. I am here to, first of all, recognize trustees Gilkerson, Kangas, and Magnata for their courage, for their attempts at transparency, for helping us see what's going on with the school board. Without them and their courage to speak up, we may not necessarily know what's going on. I also want to acknowledge Superintendent Keith Lewis for his support. He's always been supportive of me and my husband and our 2 children. I have emailed him numerous times and he's always been supportive. He's always emailed me back. So thank you for your support, the people who voted to keep him on. The other reason why I'm here is I want to let the 424 people who are currently, 425 people who are currently on Zoom watching us. Hi. I want you to know that we are not done. This board is still broken. We still deserve a better board. There is 426. There is still work to be done. I know that you're watching today, but please continue to be active in the school board. Please continue to watch. Please continue to be cognizant of what's going on. Please sign on and support our organization, www.wedeserveabetterboard.com. If you are in support of teachers, parents, and everyone else who is concerned about the people that are running in the current majority of this school board, if you are in support of that, sign on to www.wedeserveabetterboard.com.
Thank you, May.
Thank you.
Virginia Sterrett.
This was an unexpected result. What happened? Oh, I didn't do that, did I?
This is a test. This is a test.
Doug, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I lost my mute button. Are you guys still there?
We're all
Oh,
still
there it
here.
is. Okay. I couldn't find my mute button. It disappeared, but I got it again. What did you need?
We just want to make sure that you could hear us.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Virginia?
This was an unexpected result for this evening. I think many people here, almost everyone in the room probably, in fact, is a bit surprised at the way this meeting is going. But I hate to see it where victory is not something that moves forward in a direction of unity. I thought that the words spoken by Mr. Kangas in particular and others about really trying to work toward understanding each other, board members understanding each other and working together are really great. But then we have the continued agitation of the people sitting in the direction behind me that creates more hostility and more disruption and more difficulty for the district. I feel like those people need to also work toward actually bringing some unity and harmony, and that way this district can prosper with with Keith Lewis as the superintendent and these folks who got elected on the board. About this political idea that this board is sitting here in a political, I don't know, fight or battle of some kind. The board in 8 months brought forward 2 items that were considered to be controversial and not so much even political, just controversial. And one was to prevent CRT from being mandated to be taught in the school through a grant. And I don't know who would argue sitting in the room that we should accept a grant that mandated the teaching of CRT. That makes no sense to me. And the second one that actually got passed was a resolution that said that all students would be treated equally without discrimination. Again, I can't imagine anyone in this room sitting here that would object to that idea that no student should be treated any differently or discriminated against. That's the politics that they're talking about that has happened. And so this makes no sense to me. It has made no sense to me all along. This board has not been political. They've simply been watching out for
Thank you.
kids.
Thank you, Virginia.
Thank you.
Casey Rogers.
I just want to say one thing. Mr. Brown, this is the president's call and she has that right for time. We've done it with some others. We let them go over and everything. So there's nothing expected here other than the president has the right to call it. Thank you.
Casey Rogers for the record. I'm here to say that he needs to be fired. Keith Lewis still needs to be fired regardless. There are plenty of things I'm sure you could get him at. There are lots of lawsuits going on right now over the whole scamdemic thing, acts of domestic terrorism resulting in the death of American citizens. Keith, on his gross negligence, coerced people to mask under a not approved EUA authorization on devices and put them on our children, forced them into them, as well as his staff, and even had vaccination clinics and stuff at every school district. So I think he still needs to be looked at, conspiring to commit acts of terrorism, funding on the bioweapon, whatever you want to get him at. But here's the thing. These people that come to these meetings, a majority of them are teachers. They're teaching our children. I have never seen such bullying happening ever in my life. They're over our kids. They would never let children in their classrooms act and behave the way that they did tonight against you. Susan, I really wish you would have just asked them to leave, kick them out, have them escorted. They deserve to be removed. They don't deserve to be here because they don't know how to act right. I've been coming to these meetings for years now, and I can tell you right now that none of us acted this way with the other people. We always let them speak respectfully. We always gave them their time. Now, did we come at the board for their decisions and the crap that they were doing? Of course we did, because that's who we are to direct our grievances to. However, I learned some things tonight. We have a former spy that was a principal for Douglas that's going around spying on teachers. And on you guys. I learned a few other things and if it's not their politics, you're political. And so you guys are the bad guy because you don't want to do what they want. So it's kind of funny how that keeps coming up. I just have never seen such ignorant people come into these meetings acting like they know what's going on.
Thank
And
you,
I'd like to
Casey.
call the resignation of Linda Gilkerson, Carrie Kangas, and Tony McNaughta.
Thank
Thanks.
you. Marty Swisher.
Marty Swisher, Gardnerville, Nevada. I actually wasn't going to speak again. But after that, I think I need to speak. You're at a crossroads right now as a board. If it's worth anything, I've seen dozens of boards. I've worked with dozens of boards over a career in education in Phoenix, Arizona, and here, and I've worked in accreditation with hundreds of teachers and boards. You have to find a way to come to the middle. And if you don't, you will continue to demoralize this community, this school district, and the students. And if you think it's not affecting the students, I teach a jumpstart class. And I'm listening to the conversations. I don't say anything about what's going on. I just listen to the conversations that are going on. And they're concerned. They have concern. So let's work together. Can we? If you have ideas you want to put forward, at the end of the day, as long as you follow the process and you give people a chance to participate, you have a right to make the decisions as a board to what policies you want and how they're formed, as long as they're legal. And I agree with Mr. Burns. We should follow the state law and the state constitution every time. There should be no exception to that. So I put out the call, and I want to thank all of the people that have come out tonight. Many of them have left, but I want to thank all the people that came out to speak on behalf of Keith Lewis. We're in a place that we can move forward if you choose to. If I can be of any assistance in that, I would love to. You may not think that I can help, but I would like to help. Let's move forward. Let's do what's the best thing for kids, staff, and family in this school district. I think we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Minos Dobson.
Minos Dobson for the record. I was before you tonight way more worked up than I am now. Tonight, I did not expect the result that we had. And I was going to speak on two different points, and I don't feel it's important at this time to. I think tonight we didn't wipe the slate completely clean. We wiped it 3/4 of the way clean. We're at a critical point right now where this board has the opportunity to work together in the future with the superintendent and as board members. This is a critical point, and I think I came up here in August and said the same thing. We need to learn how to come to a compromise. Each and every one of you, including Doug and Mr. Gilbert's firm, need to learn how to come to a compromise. This is the only way forward. This is how we keep this anger and this craziness quiet. We don't keep it quiet, but we keep it tame and under control. We need to learn how to work together. I don't know if that means you have to go into a elementary school classroom where students are learning at a critical age how to respect and love one another, even if you have a difference of opinion. This is a critical time. Please, 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 please learn how to work together. That is how we can move forward, and that is how we make this work. Thanks.
Thank you, Minos. Aaron Miller.
Good evening. My name is Erin Miller. I am a Lake Schools parent, so I will see you all in a couple of days up at Wattell's Common Rooms. I was down here originally because I was supposed to be coaching my son's varsity cheer event at Stoddard Field with Pop Warner. Instead, I got to listen to this. My kids have been part of Douglas County since 2016 when we moved to Douglas County up at the lake. I appreciate everything that our staff and our students have to offer, including our administration. I've been through 3 superintendents. It's very interesting coming from a large community down in Southern California and then having a superintendent know you personally and call your name when they're needed for a parent advocate for a hiring committee, or you show up at a graduation and he knows all 3 of your kids. I don't know if I'd get that if I stayed down in Southern California. But what I do know is I love my community. I'm part of Boosters. I'm part of Pop Warner. I'm part of Parents Club. I want my kids to thrive, and I love them being at the small lake schools that we have. My youngest, she was one of 10 kindergartners. Now she is one of 24 fourth graders. It's a very interesting type of situation we have at the lake, and I can't wait for you guys to see that and help us continue to grow with our different avenues that we have, and that our principals are going to be showing you guys next week. And I just really want to work forward. I had a very interesting conversation tonight with someone maybe of an opposition from me, but it was nice getting to know, like, why do you feel that way? Why are you shaking your head when other people are making comments? We had very good conversations during the evening, and I think that's part of what we're supposed to be doing as people. Where do you come from? Why do you have a different opinion than I do? Okay, well, let's explain that to each other and let's continue to work as adults. So I appreciate the opportunity of hearing that tonight, and I look forward to seeing you all on Tuesday evening.
Thank you. Yes, someone online? Okay, let's do 2 and then we'll come back. Is there anybody else that wanted to sign up on this? I'll bring it over there. Go ahead.
Paulette Irving, go ahead.
Hello, everybody. I'm a school teacher from 28 years I spent here in our school district. And I have to say that I haven't seen a board act like this in my 28 years. I really hope we can come together. And I'm so happy that we have a chance to move forward right now. I also spent 28 years walking the halls of all of our school districts, all of our schools, and I only have seen amazing things happen in Douglas County School District. Please come together for our kids. We also have kids that can't speak up tonight and be there because they have special needs. And I want to be a voice for them and stand up for them because they're the ones that are going to suffer if you continue to fight each other and not work together. Please either leave us or work together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Saul Goodman, go ahead. Saul, you're up if you unmute yourself. Marcus, go ahead.
Thank you, Marcus Zinke. For the record, I'll apologize first for the background noise. I'm at the Douglas High football game, and everyone should be happy to know that we are up 27-0 with 2 minutes left in the first half. So, some good news for tonight. I'll be honest, I'm not sure if I should apologize to Keith Lewis or congratulate him. He certainly has seen his praises sung tonight, and the people have spoken, so to speak. And I could not be more appreciative of Doug for listening to the people. And moving forward, I think that is maybe the biggest amount of advice for this board is when everything feels so underhanded and so preconceived, It makes us feel like our voice is not important. And there couldn't be anything more important than the people's voice. That's who you claim elected you, and that's who shows up to your boards, both in your support and with a contrarian point of view. So, listen to your parents, teachers, students, listen to everyone and make an educated decision, not just the one that you already have in your heart that you think is true. In defense of Keith, I keep hearing Mrs. Rogers talk about the scandemic. Anyone can call something a scam after it's been done. But during the time of the pandemic, we weren't sure of what was going on. No one was. And I'd like to remind people that it was President Trump that came up with the vaccine. And after doing so, implemented by President Biden, but certainly President Trump's idea, and he took the credit for it. And now everyone's anti-vaccine, maybe including myself, but at the time it was the best option. With that, Keith Lewis was the first one to have us learning online. He was the first one to have us back in schools. He was the first one to have us playing sports, all at the request of the state to wear masks. Not his decision, the state's decision. So if we're going to spew vitriol back and forth based on opinions and the feelings of others that are in disagreement with us, how about we get our facts right? Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth Mastery.
Hello. Thank you. My name is Elizabeth Martin. I'm a classified employee, and like the teachers, we too play an instrumental role in student education. We all have our values and our morals, but when we come to work, we have to remember that we are here for the greater good of the students and to keep the politics out of education and to just do our jobs. And I ask that the board do this too. I would ask that we build a bridge between all of us and grow together rather than continue to separate. I would ask the board to get a stronger pulse on the district, and I would like to offer you to come to our departments and our classrooms, learn what we do, and ask questions to get to know us. Mr. Lewis knows all of us by name, which means a lot to me as an employee. I'd like you to get to know me, and I'd like to get to know you. Learn about our struggles and our victories as employees, and hopefully we can continue, I should say, hopefully we can narrow this bridge, narrow this divisiveness, excuse me, and build that bridge so that it's benefit for the board, benefit for the students, benefit for the administration, the staff, and the teachers. And thank you.
Thank you. Anne Marie Chase.
Hi there, Anne Marie Chase. Actually, I was hoping to talk to Trustee Engelkirk. Can you hear me okay? Okay, I'm going to hope that you can. I wanted to thank you, Trustee Engelkirk. Thank you for hearing the anguish in this room, even though you're not in this room with us. Oh yeah, I keep thinking that I need to look at this camera to talk to you. Sorry. Thank you for hearing us. Thank you for voting nay. And Trustee Engelkirk, I invite you to come to my classroom. I would love for you to come and see the great things we've got going on at Douglas High School. I would love for you to see what we do. I would love for you to meet our students and our teachers, and I would love to work with you. I would love for this to be a moment where we can move in the right direction with the best interest in our district. I hope and I pray that you can work together with Keith Lewis, and you really have the power to right this ship. Thank you.
I did hear you.
Kendra Oken.
Kendra Oakton for the record. I am grateful for the outcome of this meeting. Selfishly, I'm not sure that Keith would agree, but I am grateful. But it doesn't fix where we are. There's frustration among teachers, parents, everything. And I don't think you're truly transparent. And I spoke to you guys about the emails when I've sent asking questions. We cannot move forward if we can't understand someone's perspective. And when you don't answer, we can't move forward. So it's very frustrating. And I don't think you're being honest about all the changes. For example, the new bylaws that are on the agenda for next week. I know we can't change that, but you said you wanted to go back to state statute over and over and over again. And I appreciate the legend, but there's so much in purple. And that's not state statute. That's the changes you want. So that makes it feel like you're not fully transparent. And before you move forward on anything else, Tuesday's set, the agenda is set. I think you need to gather data from your stakeholders. Your stakeholders are the parents, the community members, taxpayers, students, paras, and all personnel. There are issues here, right? We're not perfect. We can improve, but so can you. So you're coming in blind here after a few months and you're just throwing stuff, including money, at the walls, hoping something sticks. But you don't know any problems. You don't know what's happening. You're kind of just flinging stuff, and it's frustrating. And it's not going to change if you guys don't start changing your approach to talking to one another. There's a lot of disrespect. There's a lot of eye rolling. Your behavior shows that you're not listening. And if you guys don't change that, you're not going to move forward. Any of you. Right? So I think tonight through you, I saw the expression on your face when Doug spoke up. You didn't expect that. And so now it's going to figure out how to maneuver through this with Keith as a superintendent. And you have to figure that out, because if you don't, the district is going to falter. Like, we are struggling. There's a lot of holes from COVID. There's a lot of mental illness. There's just stuff happening and we're already struggling. So please start talking to each other a little nicer.
Great, thanks, Kendra.
Right. Good evening, everybody. My name is Mina Dedman, for the record. I've just been reflecting on this rather long day that started a little bit before 7 o'clock when I pulled into the parking lot here at Douglas High School and saw a sign that a student had put up on the fence near our parking lot in support of Keith Lewis, and I burst into tears. I'm so proud tonight to be in a room that is brave enough to share all of our love and appreciation for Keith. I'm so glad that tonight that our board ultimately did the right thing and decided to not terminate this contract. I'm so glad that we moved and made the right choice to maintain this relationship with this incredible leader. But Keith, I hope you heard us. I hope you know how much we appreciate you. I selfishly hope that you're in a position to choose to stay. But I will love and support you, and I think everybody in this room will agree. We would love and support you no matter what you have to choose. To our board, please continue to do what is right for the people who give their heart and soul to this district. Please continue this effort to do what's right for our kids and create an environment so that Keith can stay. Consider the bylaw changes, the hamstringing that you're attempting to do, and let Keith continue to lead us. Let him continue to lead us to be the #1 district in the state of Nevada, on a trajectory to become even better than we already are. And if you can't allow him to lead us in the way that we need to be led, then maybe it's time for you to go. Thank you.
Do you have someone online? Okay.
Chris Larson, go ahead.
Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thanks. I just wanted to say, Doug, you did something very, very courageous tonight. It also relieves me to know that this vote wasn't predetermined, because if it was, you wouldn't have called this special meeting and you wouldn't have wasted thousands, tens of thousands of dollars now on this special meeting and our legal counsel's time. So that's actually very relieving. As frustrating as it is that we wasted this money, it's incredibly relieving that you were able to step out of the box, Doug, and actually do something that was uncomfortable and definitely against the grain of what everyone thought. These guys think they have you in your pocket, and it is okay to make these courageous decisions and not be in line with them every single vote that comes up. And I commend you very much for that. I'm a father of 2 kids. One's at Zephyr Cove Elementary and one is soon to be, and I'm also a husband. As much as I would love to give my son $100 when he disagrees with me, his mom, and his sister, and send him to the neighbor's house, I can't. I tell him to figure it out. That's what you need to do as adults and leaders. Figure this out. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick Mayer.
Nick Mayer for the record. Marty Swisher says he wants everyone to come together. Hollow words. Why is Marty Swisher suing the district in a nuisance lawsuit that is costing the district over $100,000? Mr. Swisher, it would be a great gesture to drop your lawsuit, which is bleeding the district of cash. This next section is directed to Trustee Kangas, Gilkerson, Engelkirk, and Magnotta. I don't think those that voted against the mutual termination understand the position that they've put Keith Lewis in. He wanted this package. He said he could not work with this board. You are putting him in a very, very difficult situation. The board is not going to back away from the serious issues of financial mismanagement, sexual harassment, and NRS compliance that have to be dealt with. And no, Trustee Gilkerson, the board is not going to disregard the bylaws and NRS. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Cadeau.
For the record, Laura Cadeau. And yes, I'm delighted at the outcome of this meeting tonight. But I do recognize that the 3 of you, Dickerson, Burns, and Jansen, tried to force the superintendent out, just like you forced our previous law firm out. Keith Lewis is not a yes man, and we in the community appreciate that. And you should be listening to someone who opposes your belief system. You already got a yes man that you paid top dollar for with Joey Gilbert. And it's true that Joey represents you. He does not represent the best interest of Douglas County because that's the way he wrote the contract. So I'm glad Keith Lewis will still be here. And just to address some of the things Mr. Myers said, I listened to you at the last meeting and you said, although they didn't fall in line with the NRS, what the previous policies, the way they were written, were not necessarily in violation of NRS. What you promised to bring back to us was history on why the policies were written the way they were. We have a superintendent. We have 2 trustees that were involved with the writing of those policies. Ask them why those policies are written the way they are. There could be reasons for that that are applicable to this county, and that's why they were written that way. Research it. I heard tonight that so many of the teachers have not been asked what you can do for them. Ask them. That is one way to start bringing unity to this board and to this community instead of the divisiveness which you have created. Thank you.
Jan Muzzy.
For the record, Jan Muzzy. I support Burns, Dickerson, Jansen, and Joey and his firm for this reason, is that they will fight to protect the kids for the onslaught of what's happening in California. Los Angeles elementary schools with students as young as 5 will participate in a week-long celebration of National Coming Out Day starting Monday. California's right next door. I see this type of activity creeping eastward, and we will have it in Nevada, I would suspect, relatively soon. So I do want to have people on the board that will prevent this type of thing from coming into our schools. They have suggested student lessons for as young as kindergartners, and at kindergartner age, they don't know the difference between boys and girls. They just know that they've got playmates. And to introduce this in a week-long lesson plan is outrageous. And Ms. Gilkerson, for you to call for the resignation of Jansen, Burns, and Dickerson is outrageous as a sitting member of this board. So I think you owe them an apology, and you owe an apology to Joey and his firm. Thank you.
Everyone's entitled to their opinion. You all get yours. Okay, Colleen Lawrence.
Hi, good evening. Let's see if we can wrap this up. Okay, so my name is Colleen Lawrence for the record. In 7th grade, when my daughter was at Powwow, she was bullied, and it was the first time when their school resource officers started out there. It was many, many years ago. I received a call from Keith Lewis about the incident, and there's nothing harder than to restrain a mama bear when your child is being bullied. Let me tell you that, right? All right, so I came down from work in administration, and we had to have a discussion about it. Keith and I had a very hard discussion about bullying at Powwow. I listened, he listened, we discussed a lot, and we came to a resolution. But that was how we worked because we were adults. We listened to each other. I didn't blow it up on social media. I didn't tell my friends. I didn't get school boards involved. I didn't do anything. In fact, nobody knew. We kept it to ourselves. We resolved it like adults because that's what we should do. We were professionals, we resolved it, and we actually built some policies around it to stop bullying and to help with the rest of the kids, to lead with better actions, because that's how adults act, and that's what we do. So today, at the end of this vote, you had heard that the teachers are open to having you come and visit and learn and see what they do. I would encourage you to take them up on their invite. In case you didn't know, there's no one more open to chatting in a workshop environment than teachers. Give them whiteboards, sticky notes, and markers, and I promise you will get magic. They love whiteboards and sticky notes. Okay, trust the process. Trust our parents, our teachers, our administration, and our students. Douglas is our heart. Be kind moving forward. Work together. Everything's figure outable. They can do it.
Thank you. Adrian Sawyer.
Adrian Sawyer for the record. First, I guess I'd like to remind everybody that we're in Nevada, not California. Second, this is mostly for Trustee Dickerson. Earlier today, you had said that you didn't understand why all the backlash. And in my opinion, it's because you're not listening or you're listening to the wrong people. There are good things happening here. And I feel like you're looking at things that are outside instead of focusing what's here. And I think that if we can focus on what's here, we can all work this out. We are all here for the children. Your passion is undeniable. I believe that you are here for the right reason. I just think that you're listening to the wrong things, or you're worried about the wrong things, and that you think that you as a board are the only people involved in saving and keeping our children safe. That's what, as a parent, I'm here for too. I am here to help you, and just let me help you. And I want you to help me. I feel like it's so contentious and we're fighting with each other, and it doesn't need to be this way. We can disagree, but we still need to be respectful. And I do believe our morals are the same. We're just looking at it different. And if we can find that common ground, I think we can keep this district as amazing as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. David Seat.
David Seat for the record. Trustee, one to whom something is entrusted. Douglas County School District Board trustees are entrusted with governing our community's public schools. Boards have 5 major responsibilities: setting direction, establishing an effective and efficient structure, providing support, ensuring accountability, providing community leadership as advocates for children, the school district, and public schools. These 5 responsibilities are so fundamental to a school system's accountability to the public that they can only be performed by an elected governing body. Question: why did the previous board cede authority given to it by Nevada statute, authority that has been rightfully reclaimed by the current board, to the unelected superintendent? Question: who benefited from this relinquishment of authority and what promises were made? Question: were the authority giveaways clumsy and misguided attempts to handcuff and shackle the incoming conservative board from instituting their conservative policies? I believe the voters of Douglas County are due answers to these and numerous other questions. As Casey Rogers stated, Superintendent Lewis agreed to receive COVID relief money. Millions of dollars were accepted by Douglas County School District with the condition that masks be required for the district. The assertion was that all was done in the interest of the children. The masks were demonstrated to be detrimental to the health and learning of the children prior to the COVID pandemic. The money was more important than the health and welfare of our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Haley.
Jeremy Height, it's your turn to speak.
Thank you. My name is Jeremy Height, teacher at Georgia Tall High School. First, I'd like to thank Mr. Mayor and the rest of the supporters of Jansen, Burns, and Dickerson for making the long drive from Reno. I know it must be tough coming down to these board meetings for a district in which you never had any children attend our schools, but we appreciate your attendance here tonight. Please come learn about our schools from our students and our staff, because we aren't California. We aren't Virginia. I'm happy to pay your gas money for the long drive. I think everyone needs to notice that parents, teachers, and former students came out en masse to support our superintendent. These supporters of our board never mention any affiliation they have to Douglas County. Second, I'd like to thank Doug Engelkirk for choosing what is best for his constituents. He represents us at the lake, and we at the lake maybe have some different views than the rest of the district, but that's okay. But thank you for representing us and doing what is best for our students, our parents, and our staff. And I hope you continue to do so in the future. Lastly, I want to make sure to take this opportunity to talk to Keith Lewis. I know you deserve some time off, and probably at one point in this meeting, you were looking forward to it. But you will need to drive that pickup truck with the Boise State sticker on the back, go Broncos, to the DO on Monday morning and continue to lead our district. Thank you for all you do.
Jenkins, go ahead.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, my name's Courtney Jenkins, and I am a parent of a student in Douglas County. I'm also a volunteer substitute teacher and now student teacher within the district. I, like you, had concerns for our children, given the state of our country. But I can tell you that all of those concerns were resolved in my time spent inside our schools. I have met the most incredible educators, the most amazing leaders and humans, from the custodial staff to the district administrators. Every single person I've met there is for one reason: the students. I feel lucky that my daughter has been able to learn not only the educational foundations, but also empathy, respect, and understanding from these people. The only reason my children will remain in this district is because of them. You have so many wonderful, involved families in Douglas County. I ask that you listen to them and hear them. If you choose not to hear them tonight, I would encourage you to get to know them. Talk to your teachers, talk to your paraprofessionals, talk to the families. Douglas County School District has worked hard for our ranking, and it is well deserved. Please lead us by example. Work with us and not against us for the sake of our children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kay Brown, you're up. Kay, we can't hear you. Sarah Jacobson, please go ahead. Sarah, go ahead and unmute yourself. Luis Montes, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I was here earlier, and I'm sorry that I'm not here now, but I would just like to say thank you for the decision that was made today. And another thing is, I would like to say that I hope everyone can get along here in the future, as it does bring progress to the district. I would hope that Mr. Lewis would like to come back to the district. And if he does, I hope to see him at Douglas High School. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis. Debbie Silva.
This always happens to me. My name is Debbie Silva, and I live here in Minden. And I really appreciate the way the vote went down tonight. And as we're all talking about working together, I think it would be a very good idea for the board to show their good faith and willingness to work with Keith by not changing the bylaws and taking the so-called gag order off of Keith so that he can, no? You're shaking your head no? So that he can communicate as he always has with the parents, the teachers, the students, and the community. I do not believe that the attorneys at the meeting I attended they did not state that those bylaws are illegal. They are not illegal. Um, they may not say word to word what the NRS code says, but they are in the spirit of the NRS codes. And the wording that they're trying to take out is mostly about working together. And I do not have any reason to believe that it is a violation or that it is illegal. They merely go beyond what is in the NRS code. So hopefully council will be able to clarify that for the community. Are they illegal? And I asked that before at the last meeting, I think it was, and I don't think that we've gotten that answer.
Rob?
My name's Rob Lehman for the record. I also want to talk about the bylaws. I appreciate Mr. Burns' position, which he stated that he doesn't want to get in trouble with the state for any bylaws or practices here on the board that might be against state law. That's a very reasonable thing. You don't get paid enough on this board to be taking on a lot of risks. But I also don't think that there are huge problems. At the last meeting, when it was explained that these are against NRS, it was asked, well, what exactly on NRS? And there never really was an answer. So I suggest moving forward, you've got a bunch of bylaws coming up, that you use the resources that are available to you. One of the resources you have available to you is the state education board. They are there to help. You can send them the bylaws and ask them to give you a review and ask them if there's anything wrong with them. You can ask the Attorney General's office to do that. They will give you a review as well. That does two things for you. Number one, it gives you an unbiased review of the bylaws and if there's anything wrong with them. And number two, it shows that you're trying to do the right thing. The Attorney General's office has a lot of latitude for elected boards that are trying to do the right thing. So even if they're wrong at the time, you showing that you're trying to fix them is a good thing. So why don't you do that? Why don't you send them up to some other places and ask them to give you a review before you just assume that there's something wrong with them? And then the final thing I wanted to talk about was getting input from stakeholders, and that's been mentioned a lot tonight. Obviously, I was on the previous board, and every time a major decision was made, a survey went out to parents. Change the calendar, survey. Hire a principal, survey. They all came with surveys. I don't understand why this board isn't seeking surveys and input from stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Lehman. Mr. Lehman, I just have a question. After the election results, you and the rest of the board passed two bylaws of change, major change. And all we're doing is putting them back because those changes were in violation of NRS. And you know that. And well, they are. And well, we're going to find that out from the Attorney General, pretty sure. But my question is, why did you change them after we were elected? Why did you make two major changes to take power away from the board and give it onto the under the superintendent, which is not an elected official? Thank you.
Anybody else online? Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Kay Brown, let's try this again. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Kira Brown, and I've worked in the district since 1999. I moved here straight from Montana. I came from a very conservative Christian background. As a counselor, I can tell you that the issues that the board is saying exist in our district do not. We do follow our very Christian background of trying to support every individual and meet them where they are. Jansen said earlier that everyone is entitled to their own opinion. And my opinion is that all of the support staff, teachers, and administrators in this district are working to do their best for kids, and I am proud to be a part of it. I do believe that our board is here for the right reasons, and I would love for them to contact me so that we can have conversations about what would help our district move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Kay.
Go ahead. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
I didn't get to go yet. I had things yielded. Thanks. Okay, I appreciate you letting me come up. Thank you. Okay, my name is Jenny Thomas, for the record. I am nervous. I am an educator. I have been teaching in Douglas County School District for 18 years. I've been teaching in high school and middle school for 25 years. I am a parent. I have 5 children, all 5 of which have gone through Douglas County School Districts. 3 are graduated, 2 are at home, which is why I had to go home and come back. And because like Mina mentioned earlier, many of us start our day at 7 a.m. and I don't even see my kids before I leave for school. So I had to come back. I am a Christian. I am conservative. I have historically voted Republican. I can reiterate what so many people have said about Keith Lewis and the reason that he needs to stay in our district. He is both professional and personable, and that I've never seen in another superintendent in 25 years of education, the way that Keith has done that. So for those of our board members that voted to keep Keith in tonight, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for listening to our parents, to our community members, to our teachers, to our students, to the people that are the voice of Douglas County School District. And I would hope that at some point, the voice of the district would be the same from the board and from the people that are sitting behind me and the people that are watching at home tonight. For those of you that did not, I encourage you to look at what a better board looks like, because those people are here tonight and they voted to keep Keith in. And that's what we deserve, is a better board. I encourage you guys to learn what is actually happening in our school district. Of the people that are up here, 3 of those people have been in my classroom. Everyone is invited. Come in and see what we do. Come in and talk to us. See what we do as teachers. See what we need. See what our students are actually like before you're making policies and decisions that don't apply. I encourage you to be fiscally responsible, because money is never abundant in schools. So when you're fiscally irresponsible, it literally comes off of my table at home because I'm buying things for my classroom. So to see money being wasted is a slap in my face. And that's ridiculous for the many teachers and parents that are paying for this school district. I encourage you guys to come in, see what we do, see what we need, see what we want, see what we desire out of this district, and talk to the people that matter. And that's the people that are in the classroom day in, day out. And I encourage that. And if you can't do that, I encourage you to step down, because we deserve a better board.
Thank you. You're only allowed to speak once at public comment. You're only allowed to speak once at public comment.